Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you a live update on the situation in the Middle East. We are going to take some of your comments and questions on the air. It is just after midnight, Israel, Lebanon time, a little after 12:30 Iran time. So again, I'm going to give you an update on the latest situation and talk about what's going on and report any breaking news that happens. And we'll take your comments and questions on the air. It is Yom Kippur, which is one of the biggest Jewish holidays. It is Yom Kippur around the world is Yom Kippur for people who celebrate it. The IDF actually posted about Yom Kippur. About 6 hours ago, the IDF said, "In a few moments, the holiest fast for Jews will begin. Out of respect for those fasting, we will not post anything unless our enemies attack our civilians or any major operational developments occur during this time." There actually was a short while ago, maybe about an hour ago, 2 drones were launched at Israel. One struck a building. No injuries were reported. You can see they say here, a short while ago, 2 UAVs were identified crossing from Lebanon into central Israel. The UAVs were monitored from the moment they crossed the Lebanese border. A hit on a civilian building was identified and 1 UAV was intercepted. I posted on my X account some video from that incident. I can't play the video. I don't own the video. But that happened as well. It appears that, surprise, 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 once again we have a completely unwell-sourced, completely unreliable sourced internet rumor that numerous people are posting in our chat as fact. What is that rumor today? The completely unsourced, unreliable rumor from the internet that people are posting as fact today is that there's some cyber attack going on in Iran. I have not seen a single reliable source post this. Do you remember a few days ago when everybody in the chat was talking about how the attack had begun because there were explosions that were happening in Iran, and everybody was talking about the explosions in Iran, and then nothing really came out of that? You remember that? Remember that, guys? Well, that's the new one for today. If I hear anything reliable from a reliable source, from a source I find credible, I will certainly let you know as soon as I hear it. Believe me, I'm not going to keep that information from you. I follow a lot of sources. I have yet to see a single reliable source post that at all. So feel free to keep being fooled and misled by rumors on social media. I prefer not to waste my time with them. But that's the new one today. Remember a couple weeks ago when there was supposedly some big helicopter crash in Iran that everybody was posting about in the chat? Steve, what about the helicopter crash in Iran? Remember how nothing came out of that? Remember? So come on. But again, if I hear it from a reliable source, I will certainly let you know. I'm not keeping it from you. I'm just saying, until I hear it from a good source, I'm not really paying much attention to it. Okay. By the way, NBC News is reporting that Israel has not decided how to respond to Iran. Multiple sources have been reporting that lately. Is it true? I don't know. NBC News posted about 15 minutes ago saying that U.S. officials had told NBC News that Israel has not made a final decision about how to respond to Iran and when to respond to Iran. Again, I can't confirm that reporting. It says also, U.S. and Israeli officials said a response could come during the Yom Kippur holiday. It says it in the article, in the NBC News article. It says, the U.S. officials have no information about when the response is going to be, but U.S. and Israeli officials said a response could come during the Yom Kippur holiday. Now, you'd think that probably they wouldn't respond during Yom Kippur because it's such a important holiday, but who knows? Maybe it's up to Israel. If they think that's the best thing for their country to respond on Yom Kippur, that's what they'll do. So, I mean, I can't tell you. It won't happen until it happens. I can tell you that. Eventually, it'll just happen. NBC News claimed that NBC News says that they talked to some U.S. officials who told NBC News there's no indication Israel will target nuclear facilities or carry out assassinations. But they also said they don't know. They said Israelis have not made a final decision. So basically, I think my takeaway from the NBC News report, which I posted a link to on my X account from about 20 minutes ago, my takeaway is that the general tone of the report from NBC News is that Israel hasn't shared everything with, they're not sharing everything with the U.S. So Israel certainly could know more than the U.S. does. How much they've shared, I don't know. And then there's a question of, even if Israel tells the U.S. it's going to do X, does it do X and then Y or something? You know, beats me. Our viewer Burgers Man thinks Israel won't say anything. They will just go for it. Margaret thinks it'll be a quiet weekend. I mean, really, that's my I don't think this is very insightful, but at this point, it could just happen at any time. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. So what can I tell you? I wouldn't be surprised if it happened in 5 minutes or in 5 days. Yes, Michael Joyner says, who really knows? Thanks, Ohio Rando. Says, it seems like Yom Kippur being the Sabbath of Sabbaths, they would do that in that holiday. Ohio Rando thinks they would do it on the holiday. But I think some might argue that they're not going to do it. Yom Kippur is a holiday in Israel where people, well, among the Jewish people, where people fast. They don't eat from sundown till sundown. Wikipedia describes it by saying, for traditional Jewish people, it is primarily centered on atonement and repentance. The day's main observances consist of full fasting and asceticism, abstinence from sensual pleasures, both accompanied by extended prayer service and sin confessions. Many Jewish denominations focus less on sins and more on one's goals and accomplishments and setting yearly intentions. But very, very serious holiday. And again, many Jewish people fast. They don't eat from sundown to sundown. So, hang on one moment here. One moment here. Oh, you know what? There's two of the same camera. How did that happen? Sorry. There. Sorry, I checked it before and I thought everything was fine, and it turns out everything was not fine. Okay, there you go. Sorry, obviously there were two of the same cameras. I just put the border camera up. My fault. I thought I checked it. It happens sometimes. So there you go. That's the border camera is now correct. They were the two on the top were both the same camera. Okay. But yeah, I mean, someone I could see saying, well, why would the Israeli government want to attack today when the Israeli people are observing Yom Kippur and it just messes up everybody's Yom Kippur? But at the same time, the government of Israel, for some reason, might think this is the day to do it, or this is the night to do it. I can't tell you. Brenda says, IDF has proven they have cunning, purposeful timing, so I just wait all we can do. Some people are talking about the Yom Kippur War, but the Yom Kippur War in 1973 started when Israel was attacked, not when Israel attacked somebody else. Wikipedia says the Yom Kippur War started on October 6, 1973, when the Arab coalition launched a surprise attack on Israel on Yom Kippur. Okay? Hey, I want to thank our moderators for being here. We have Beth Mythical. I think Beth is a new mod over there on YouTube. Thanks so much, Beth. And Roberts May Queen, who's a new mod as well. Thank you, Roberts May Queen. Also, Ruth Krafasi and Havasu Mom. Thanks so much for moderating over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sabrina is moderating. Thank you so much. Also, we have... A Moment of Lovely and Surly Dev are over there on Twitch moderating. Thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Margaret Riley over on Facebook moderating. Thank you, Margaret. Really appreciate it. Kay Lowry Body is there as well. And anybody else I'm missing. Also, I want to thank Sparky for your support and Top Frag. Ohio Rando, Hillside Trout Fishery, Eris Kalar. Thank you, Eris, for your kind words and your support. Bruce Kaiser, thank you. Smoker and Juan Cabrera. Smoker and Juan Cabrera, thanks for your support. Also, Martin Gingrich. How likely is it Israel will retaliate on a scale of 1 to 10? 10. Numerous Israeli government officials have said again and again and again they're going to retaliate. Since when does Israel do that and then not retaliate? It's a 10. They're going to do it. I don't really see that as an Israel pattern. Israel to me is not known for saying they're going to do stuff again and again and again and then not doing it. So it's a 10. Thank you so much, Martin Gingrich. And Daviolio. Thank you, Daviolio, for your support. And New Dragons over there on Twitch, thanks for subscribing. You know, a couple of our viewers like Bruce Kaiser and Top Frag, they mentioned this quote. We've talked about this before. We've talked about this before on the coverage. But if I can find it here. Now I have to find it. Where is it here? It's the quote that the defense minister said about the attack. Israeli defense minister warns an attack on Iran will be lethal and surprising. Why did he say surprising? I don't know why he'd say surprising. He said our strike will be lethal, precise, and above all surprising. They won't understand what happened and how. So, as I have said, I mean, if it's just airstrikes, I don't see airstrikes fits that. So what's going to be surprising about it? And how will they not understand what happened and how? What does that mean? I don't know. But that's what he said. You can see from the AP article a couple days ago. Our strike will be lethal, precise, and above all surprising. They won't understand what happened and how, said the defense ministry. So I don't know what that means. Life in the Fairway says cyber. Tom X says, I think it'll be intelligence related. C. Ares says, taking out Khamenei. White House, the white noise says, pager explosion part 2. Korzer says, maybe something experimental. Linda Golaher says they're not going to advertise what they're going to do, especially to U.S. media. It's not their style. Thank you, Ohio Rando. I'll have to look up the whole thing about the Quds Force commander. When I get a second, I'll talk about that, Ohio Rando. I haven't heard reliable information about that. I need a sec to look it up. Give me a minute. Brown Tissue thinks it's going to be a cyber attack. One of the viewers asked about closed captions. Was there wasn't just a flash or something I missed, was there? People will say flash if they see it in the chat. Nobody saw anything. Now I forgot what I was going to say. What was I going to mention? No, I do. First of all, I don't have any cameras from Iran. I've never really had cameras from Iran, like just live cameras, unless it's like a specific event, like a funeral or something. So no, I don't expect to have any. Oh, closed captions, yes. I have closed captions activated, but sometimes on streams on YouTube where we show footage, they don't work. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just nothing I can switch on. They tend to work better on, like on Facebook, I think they're working right now. I'm literally reading the captions on Facebook, but YouTube seems to have an issue sometimes when I'm running footage. Maybe it can't really detect the words well enough or something. So I'm sorry about that, but there's nothing I can do about it. I have it turned on. Why do the lights go on and off there? I don't know. I know we've seen some lights go on and off, like runway lights and other lights in Beirut. Maybe it's just unreliable power. I don't have specifics on that, why that happens. Let me also just take a second and make sure I'm not, should be checking news every couple minutes. Hey, Al Jazeera reported 2 minutes ago that there are new Israeli airstrikes on the Jabal al-Salhani area in southern Lebanon. We're not going to see these on this feed here, but new Israeli airstrikes reported. Maybe I can show you on a map where that is, if you give me a moment. You know what? It's one of these things where you see it spelled different ways. And when I look it up, I don't get a good location for it. So I can't show it to you. Anyways, Al Jazeera is reporting new Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon. Not on any of the cameras we're seeing, presumably, because I haven't seen anything. I mean, Beirut would not be southern Lebanon anyway. See if Lebanese media is reporting anything. Yes, MTV Lebanon News says same thing. Israel strikes on Jabal al-Salhani area in southern Lebanon. Also, I'm hearing some reports of other Israeli strikes going on. Al-Mayadeen says new Israeli strikes in Aita al-Shab and Shakra in southern Lebanon. I think I found Shakra on a map. There is Shakra in the red town, Shakra, Lebanon. So hearing of some new strikes there. Right here at Shakra. Hang on. The drone I bet is coming from the border. Oh, and also Aita el-Shab. Airstrikes reported in Aita ash-Shab, which is right near the border. I bet I'm not really hearing when I hear the drone again, I'll chest out. Yeah, you know what's happening? I'm seeing there's a building. There's a lit up building in the back center of the big shot, and the light keeps going on and off. Maybe it's by the airport, because I just saw it go off again. XDG thinks maybe one of the booms we heard was an airstrike. It's possible, especially if it was on the border cam. It's definitely possible. So there are Israeli airstrikes being reported tonight, just to be clear. I'm just looking. MTV Lebanon News had an article, Response on Yom Kippur. Will Israel do it in the coming hours? Oh, they talked about it's. They're just talking about the NBC article I talked about already. All right. Well, that's not. I was just checking to make sure I wasn't missing anything here. I'm going to post a video in the chat that I posted on my X account. Hour or two ago, I think it was, maybe like 2 hours ago, there were a couple of drones that came in from Lebanon, and one of them hit a building in the town of Herzliya. So I'm going to post a video in the chat. I don't own the rights to the video, but I'll post the video in the chat right now that Joe Truesman posted of one of the drones flying overhead. And you can check that out if you haven't seen it. Nasher86 thinks Israel's attack on Iran will be a while away and totally unexpected. Dr. Edward Moskowitz said it's not Israel's demeanor to tell the USA. Thank you, Kay Kremlin, for your support, who mentions a Russia and Iran meeting today. I haven't heard about that. I mean, they do work closely on some things, Iran and Russia. So just the fact that representatives from them might have met, I don't think is a huge new deal. But I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened, but I haven't heard that there's some big new thing related to Israel being discussed between them. Who knows, though? Who knows what they're talking about? Thank you, Kay Kremlin, by the way. I think this is what Kay Kremlin is talking about. Russian and Iranian presidents meet. Well, that's not it. No, yes. There it is. Yes, Russian and Iranian presidents meet as concerns grow over escalating Middle East attacks. Russian President Putin, that's from today, met Iran's president on Friday at a time when Tehran is supplying weapons for Moscow's war in Ukraine, and concerns are growing over escalating attacks between Israel and Iran and its militant allies. Look, there they are. That's Russian President Putin and the Iranian President Pezeshkian. They were meeting on the sidelines of the international forum called the Interconnection of Times and Civilizations. So this was not like they were meeting, they met like on the sidelines of some forum where they both were. That's what it was. AP says Moscow and Tehran have signed a $1.7 billion deal for Iran to export drones to Russia after Putin invaded Ukraine, and the U.S. also believes Iran has transferred short-range ballistic missiles. The Russian news agency TASS said during the two presidents' meeting, Putin told the Iranian president that Moscow and Tehran's positions on international events are often very close. He invited the Iranian leader to visit Russia, and the Iranian president accepted. That's not the Iranian, that's the Iranian president. That's not the supreme leader. The supreme leader is the most powerful person in Iran. Yeah, anyway, so I'm not aware of anything like big related to that meeting. Who knows what they talked about, but just to pass along. Here's another picture of them meeting. the Russian and Iranian president in Turkmenistan. That's from AP. Yeah, somebody asked about this. I think Ohio Rando asked about this Sky News Arabia report about the Quds Force commander. Where they said he was in the hospital or something. Where is it here? I haven't seen anyone else report that, by the way. I'm trying to get you the original report from them. Can't even find it. Basically, the head of the Quds Force, which he's the top general in Iran, hadn't been seen for several days. And it was wondered whether he might have been killed in Lebanon. Now, 2 days ago, the semi-official Tasnim news agency in Iran quoted a senior Revolutionary Guards advisor as saying that the Quds Force chief Khani is well and will receive a medal from the supreme leader soon. This comes after two officials, Iranian officials, told Reuters that he had traveled to Lebanon after Nasrallah was killed and had not been heard from since. But an advisor to him said that he is in perfect health and will receive a medal from the supreme leader in the coming days. So that's what Iran is saying. And then Sky News Arabia had some report, I guess today, claiming he was like in the hospital. So the Jerusalem Post says, oh, that sounds like maybe on the border. Jerusalem Post said there was a report from Sky News that he had suffered a heart attack during interrogations. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, the Times of Israel talked about it, said an unconfirmed report from Sky News Arabia claimed that Khani suffered a heart attack during an interrogation over his potential involvement in Israel's presumed assassination of... The Sky News Arabia report claimed, according to Times of Israel, that the head of the Quds Force had a heart attack during an interrogation conducted by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard over his potential involvement in Israel's assassination of Hassan Nasrallah. Okay, so whatever. I'm not going to really worry about that right now. That's the only report I've seen about that right now. I'll let you know if I hear more. We just heard a couple booms. I can't be sure because I have different microphones on. sound on, but I'm guessing that's from the border. I'm guessing it's from the Israel-Lebanon border. But I'll see if I see any reporting on it from Lebanese media. Nothing. Thank you, by the way, to Michael Kelly. Hey, I really appreciate that, Michael. Thanks so much for your support. Hey, thanks also to, hang on a moment. Thanks also so much to Julio Quiles, if I'm saying that right. Julio Quiles. Thank you so much, Julio, for your support for the channel. Really appreciate that. Thanks. Oopsie. Thank you also, Stephen Rolfe in the UK and LeGrant Jackson, our member. Thank you both. Much appreciated. And also My Life Unscripted. Thanks for the gift memberships. So nice of you. My Life Unscripted, thank you. It is 12:41 a.m. We're going to talk also about like the UN stuff that's in the Lebanese army stuff. We should talk about that. But give me a moment here. Earth Citizen 3, our viewer Earth Citizen 3 says, I've been thinking that as with the assassination inside Tehran and the pagers, Israel's attack may already be in place. So what Earth Citizen 3 is saying, you know, with those pagers, that was something Israel put into place before they actually exploded, obviously. And with the assassination of Herzliya, which presumably Iran did, presumably Israel did in Iran, that looked to be some kind of explosive device that had been placed in his room. So has Israel set up something else in advance? It's a good question. Good question. I don't know. Our viewer Eleazar says, I would not expect anything to happen for now. Israel is in the middle of Yom Kippur, and I'm going to start it very soon. It is the holiest day of the year for a Jew. That could change if they get attacked. Yes, it starts at sundown. So, for example, people on the east coast of the U.S., sun was still out when I came in here, but we'll be starting it right around now, if they observe it. Hang on one moment here. Thanks. Ooh, that sounded like maybe another boom on the border as well. Thanks, Anthony Edge, watching from the UK. Let me turn up the volume on the border, because I think that's coming from the border. Turning up the border volume. Sorry, I'm just checking some of the messages people are sending me. You know, at this point, it's like hearing all these. It's kind of reached that point where you hear these different reports from different outlets about, oh, the strike might involve this, or the Iranian response might involve this, or it could be on this day, or it could be on this day. And at this point, we just don't know. You know, I'm not hanging on to every word of these different reports. The same way it was, you know, when we were waiting for the Iranian attack. So I'm really not going to overly put weight on any of these different reports from different outlets coming out. Matt says we don't know. I mean, it'll eventually just happen, like it happened with the Iranian missiles. So that helicopter sound, I believe, must be coming from the border. Let me just make sure. Yeah, that's from the border. The helicopter noise is from the border. Look, Israel is conducting ground operations on the border. Zinkman says Israel is certainly not going to advertise their plans. Let me show you this. This happened today. Now the picture doesn't go with the headline. The picture's from something different. The picture is from when Israel struck central Beirut yesterday in a couple different strikes. We talked about that yesterday. We'll talk about it again. But that's one of the strikes yesterday collapsed a building. That was the aftermath there. That's in central Beirut. But I want to talk about the UN stuff, Lebanese soldier stuff. Israeli forces kill 2 Lebanese soldiers and injure 2 UN peacekeepers in separate strikes. AP says an Israeli airstrike killed 2 Lebanese soldiers and wounded 3 on Friday, Lebanon's military said, just hours after the Israeli military fired on the headquarters of UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon, injuring 2 of them for the 2nd day in a row. The incidents entangling both Lebanon's official army, which has largely stayed on the sidelines of the conflict between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah, and the UN peacekeeping mission in Lebanon, raised alarm as Israel broadens its campaign against Hezbollah with waves of heavy airstrikes across the country and a ground invasion at the border. Meanwhile, in central Beirut, rescue workers combed through the rubble, as we were looking at here, combed through the rubble of a collapsed building, searching for survivors of an Israeli airstrike that killed at least 22 people and wounded dozens in the Lebanese capital the night before. By the way, a quick thank you to Richard Foley. That's very kind of you, Richard. That's very generous to you. Thank you, Richard Foley, so much for all of your support of the channel. It's super nice of you. Thank you, Richard. And also Mel Gibson, our viewer from Australia. Thank you, Mel Gibson, for your support. We're hearing another helicopter, it sounds like, on the border shot. AP says Hezbollah has been firing rockets into Israel over the past year in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza following Hamas's devastating October 7th attacks on southern Israel. In return, Israel's military has pounded Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Yeah, so here's a little more on that story about Israel killing 2 Lebanese soldiers today. Israel strikes a Lebanese army checkpoint. On Friday, the Lebanese army said an Israeli airstrike hit a building near a military checkpoint, as we hear a helicopter, in the southern Bint Jbeil province. The Israeli military said it had been targeting Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon when reports emerged that it had hit several Lebanese army soldiers. The Israeli military said it investigated the incident, but remained unaware of any Lebanese army facilities found in the area of the strike. So 2 different stories. Lebanon's army is not a party to the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. After Israel launched its ground invasion on September 30th, Lebanese soldiers withdrew some 3 miles from their observation post along the border. Both Lebanese troops and UN peacekeepers are deployed in southern Lebanon to enforce UN Security Council Resolution 1701 that ended a bloody month-long 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah. But Lebanon's army is no match for Hezbollah, and neither its soldiers nor the peacekeepers have been capable of preventing Hezbollah militants from entrenching themselves in the border region. Israel accuses Hezbollah of establishing militant infrastructure along the border in violation of the UN resolution. So that happened today. Again, the Lebanese army said an Israeli airstrike killed 2 Lebanese soldiers and wounded 3. And then you had this happen today. Israel hits UN peacekeepers again, wounding 2. The Israeli military opened fire near the UN headquarters in Lebanon's southern town of Naharia on Friday, the army said, hitting the observation post and hitting 2 peacekeepers for the 2nd time in as many days. An initial review by the Israeli army found that soldiers in southern Lebanon targeted what they believed to be a threat located some 50 meters from the UN peacekeeping mission in Lebanon, but ultimately struck the peacekeepers. The Israeli army repeated its warning that UN personnel should abandon their positions in areas where Hezbollah militants launch rockets into Israel. In a statement condemning the strike as a grave violation of international humanitarian law, the UN peacekeepers reported that explosions on Friday hit the same place they did but the day before, when Israeli tank fire injured 2 Indonesian peacekeepers, damaged vehicles and a communication system, and drew sharp international criticism. The French Foreign Ministry accused Israel of deliberately firing at UN peacekeepers and summoned the Israeli ambassador today in an official protest. When President Biden was asked by reporters whether he was asking Israel to stop striking UN peacekeepers, he replied absolutely positively. UNIFIL of the UN, which has more than 10,000 peacekeepers from dozens of countries, was created to oversee the withdrawal of Israeli troops from southern Lebanon after Israel's 1978 invasion. The UN expanded its mission following the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war, allowing peacekeepers to patrol a buffer zone set up along the border. So that stuff keeps happening. Again, 2 days in a row with the UN people getting injured. I think the Israeli military had a statement about this I can read you. So here is a statement about the UN personnel today from the IDF. The IDF says, earlier today, IDF soldiers operating in southern Lebanon identified an immediate threat against them. The soldiers responded with fire toward the threat. An initial examination indicates that during the incident, a hit was identified on a UN post located approximately 50 meters from the source of the threat, resulting in the injury of 2 UN personnel. Hours before the incident, the IDF instructed UN personnel to enter into protected spaces and remain there. This instruction was in place at the time of the incident. The IDF is in contact with the UN UNIFIL for coordination purposes and will continue to do so. The IDF is continuing to examine the circumstances of the incident. The Hezbollah terrorist organization deliberately operates with the intent to harm Israeli citizens from civilian areas and near UN posts, thereby endangering UN personnel. That sounds like maybe artillery fire from the border, right there, that we just heard. I'm guessing that's what that was. Now, by the way, the UN released statements today. UNIFIL, which is the peacekeepers there in Lebanon, some of the things that they said today were, this morning, our headquarters in southern Lebanon was affected by explosions for the second time in the last 48 hours. 2 peacekeepers were injured after 2 explosions occurred close to an observation tower. 1 injured peacekeeper was taken to a hospital while the second is being treated in Naharia. Today, several T-walls at our UN position 131 near the border in Lebanon fell when an Israeli Defense Forces Caterpillar hit the perimeter and IDF tanks moved in the proximity of the UN position. UNIFIL says these incidents put again UN peacekeepers who are serving in South Lebanon at the request of the Security Council under Resolution 1701 at very serious risks. So that is an update from the UN. I don't know, I mean, I can't say the specifics about what's happening. Israel seems to be suggesting that they're targeting Hezbollah people in the area and that the UN people are getting caught in the crossfire. But, I mean, are they not taking proper precautions? Are they not being careful enough? Is there any chance that they really want the UN people to leave and get out of there during their ground operation? So that's part of this. I can't tell you. I don't know. but 2 days in a row, multiple UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon hurt by Israeli strikes. I'm hearing a helicopter. Seems to be something going on at that eastern border tonight. Maybe some ground operations by Israel. Seems active. We're hearing some booms. We're hearing helicopters. So I don't really know what's going on with that UN stuff. And then we had the 2 Lebanese army soldiers killed today. By an Israeli strike, according to the Lebanese army. Israel said it was targeting Hezbollah positions. So I don't know what to make of all that. Thank you, by the way, to The Guardian 1 for your support. Thank you to Floris93. Why did UNIFIL not stop rockets from Hezbollah? They don't have the power to. They're not allowed to use force unless it's in self-defense. So, basically, they just don't have the power to. They're not empowered to, say, start firing on Hezbollah if they start firing rockets or something. Why are they there? I think they're there more as like, you know, to observe and report. They have a website. UNIFIL, United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. Their mandate is to confirm the withdrawal of Israeli forces from southern Lebanon. That was from years ago. Restore international peace and security. Their mandate starting in 2006 included monitor the cessation of hostilities, accompany and support the Lebanese armed forces as they deploy throughout the south, coordinate their activities with the government of Lebanon, the government of Israel, extend assistance to help ensure humanitarian access to civilian populations and the voluntary and safe return of displaced persons, assist the Lebanese armed forces in taking steps toward the establishment of an area free of any armed personnel, assets, and weapons other than those of the government of Lebanon and of UN, assist the government of Lebanon in securing its borders. Again, as I understand it, they are not supposed to use force unless it's for their own safety, for their own protection. I'll post a link to the mandate, but you can read about what they're supposed to do on their website. hearing helicopters. Yes, FAQ. I have FAQs. Can UNIFIL use force? Can the UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon use force? This is from their own website. As a peacekeeping mission, UNIFIL has the mandate to ensure stability in the area, protect the civilian population, and support the parties in discharging their respective responsibilities toward achieving a permanent ceasefire. In carrying out their mandate, UNIFIL personnel may exercise their inherent right of self-defense. In addition to the use of force beyond self-defense and without prejudice of the primary responsibility of the government of Lebanon, UNIFIL may, under certain circumstances and conditions, resort to the proportionate and gradual use of force to ensure that its area of operations is not utilized for hostile activities, to resist attempts by forceful means to prevent UNIFIL from discharging its duties under blah, 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 blah. So in theory, they could, I guess, if they saw like Hezbollah militants setting up to fire rockets. I guess according to this, they could fire on them. Of course, that would probably put them at risk, right? So you just have to be realistic about what they can do. So maybe legally they could do it. Also, you know, but you see what I'm saying. I mean, the UN force is just sent there by the countries that make up the UN. So, you know. Now, Rob Nikolai says they're not provided with serious weaponry. I don't even know what weaponry they have. It's interesting, though. I'll send you the page so you can read about them in their FAQs page. It's interesting. More helicopter noise from the border. Thank you so much for Specific Gravity, the Dancing Dragon. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Also, thank you so much, Mari from Bulgaria. She's been watching since 2022. Thank you so much, Mari from Bulgaria, for watching and your support. By the way, I don't even know. I should be clear here. The name Mari could be a male or female name. I don't know about names in Bulgaria, so I don't know which it is, just looking at the name. Mari can maybe comment on that. I don't want to presume. Thanks to Sweetums for your support on Twitch, and also Flaps15 and Breed1982 for your support on Twitch. Thank you. Checking for some updates here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Oh, you know what? Oh, people are saying there's a rocket alert. Where's my phone? I'm missing my phone that has the alerts. Some people are saying they saw a rocket alert. Let's see. This is the northwest. According to so far red alert, this would be the northwest border. Couple up here. Couple rocket alerts up here near the northwest border. The camera we have is the northeast border. I don't believe I have a northwest border camera right now. No, I don't. So, well, the cameras I have are, if I needed a Haifa camera and a Tel Aviv camera. Oh, I might have one. Hold on. If I can get it over there, I might be able to switch one. I got to go away from the Beirut camera, though. Let's see if this works. I got to switch out of the Beirut camera for a second. I have a Naharia cam, which is the northwest border. That's going to pop up in a second. It should. That's a Naharia camera. That's the northwest border. I don't know if we'll see anything over there. That boom was probably from the border. But the camera, the big camera, is from the western border. So I figured I'd put it up because it's, sorry, oops, because it's not Beirut, because it's near where the rocket alerts are. Again, those booms, I'm guessing, are from the border. I'll let you know what I hear about the rocket alerts. I haven't heard anything yet. Other than they're happening. Oh, the UN has an article. The Washington Post has an article about the UN stuff. We'll have to check that out. Our viewer Thai server thinks Israel will not attack over the Yom Kippur holiday, which goes until Saturday night. I'm going to go back, I think, to the Beirut camera for the big camera because we're not seeing much on that border cam. But I mean on the big border cam from the western border. I'd rather have the Beirut camera up. So I'm going to put that back up on the for the main cam. Thanks so much to Kenny May, our new member, to Robert R. for your support. who said, I was very concerned to hear that 30 Irish peacekeeping soldiers on the border were under fire by IDF soldiers recently for no apparent reason. We're going to talk more about the UN stuff coming up. We talked a little bit about it before, and we're going to talk more about it. Thank you, Two Frogs, as well. Two Frogs thinks the UN has never achieved anything? That's what Two Frogs thinks. Thank you to Jeff Buddington, our member. I need to go back and read up on my UN history. That'd be a good thing to refresh myself on when I have a moment. Shout out to all of our. So we have the Beirut camera back up, but I think it might be frozen for the moment. So let me just refresh it. I don't know if it's frozen on the source. I'm looking at the source. It's the AFP cam. I can't tell. There's like no roads. No, I just saw a car. The camera's moving. I can confirm that the Beirut camera is not frozen because I literally just saw a car drive by in the lower left corner. You can look at the lower part of the screen. You will see things moving around, cars driving and stuff. So the Beirut camera is not frozen. You can see cars driving around right now. I have not heard Israel airspace is closed. I mean, it is Yom Kippur, so maybe there's not a lot of flight activity on Yom Kippur at 1 in the morning. So I don't see planes over Israel right now on Flight Radar 24. I mean, there's a plane down here. I don't know if that's an incorrect, though. That might be an incorrect GPS or radar pickup or whatever. I haven't seen that Israeli airspace is closed, but I wonder if it's a thing with Yom Kippur. I don't even know how often do planes usually fly over there at 1:18 a.m. I haven't heard the announcement about it. Joshua Bapp says the airport is closed on Yom Kippur. I mean, maybe that's the case. Yes, the airport is closed for operations on Yom Kippur. It says it right there on their website. There it is, guys. It is closed on Yom Kippur, starting at around 6 p.m. on the 11th. And then it opens about roughly 24 hours later. Yes, literally no operations at the airport. closed for operations on Yom Kippur. Let me thank our moderators. I want to shout them out. I really appreciate it. We have on Twitch A Moment of Lovely, LB Prairie Dawn, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. On Facebook, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body watching. Sorry, moderating there. Thanks also to our subscribers on Facebook, like Diane Allworth, Eve Richards, and Margaret and Kay. All of our Facebook subscribers, thank you. Our YouTube moderators like Sabrina, Beth, Mythical, Havasu Mom, Roberts May Queen. Did I say Ruth Krafasi? I can't remember. Havasu Mom, Angel Shark. Thanks to all of our moderators there, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Annie Cush, Allistic, Shaggy Wall Street, Alyat Zion, Nikki Newark, Nanok Q, Rocky Coast, Ace High 1983, Freedom is Pepsi or Coke, Moist Tea. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers. Again, we do not know when Israel will respond to Iran. As I mentioned earlier, NBC News had a report on this today. Oh, thanks, Breed1982, for the support on Twitch. Thank you, Breed. NBC News had a report where they said that U.S. officials told them that Israel has not made a final decision about how and when to act. They said it could come at any time, even on Yom Kippur. They said the U.S. doesn't know exactly what Israel's going to do. They don't have an indication Israel will target nuclear facilities or carry out assassinations, but they don't have all the details. And they say Israel hasn't even made up their mind, as far as they know. Hang on a moment here. Some viewers sent me this report from a couple hours ago from this news site called Iran International, which they operate out of the UK, and they claim that the ex-secretary of Iran's Supreme Council of Cyberspace claimed that nearly all three branches of Iran's government have been hit by heavy cyber attacks and their information stolen. And he didn't say when those attacks happened. It says he didn't say when they happened. He's the ex-secretary. There's no context given to the quote. I haven't heard a single other source I would consider reliable reporting this. So I assume if there were big ongoing cyber attacks right now in Iran, we'd be hearing about it. I don't think we would just be hearing one account posting a quote from the ex-secretary of Iran's Supreme Council of Cyberspace, who doesn't even say when it happened. And that report was made several hours ago, and since then, not a peep from anything I'd consider reliable. So I'm pretty sure if there were major cyber attacks in Iran going on for hours, we'd be hearing about it. Right now, PXN America says just assume there are constant, not single incidents. I wouldn't be surprised if they have cyber attacks regularly there. Josh 4x4 thinks there are major network operators that would know if something was happening. I just think we'd know at this point. Let's talk about, hey, thanks so much to Bebop and Rocksteady. Oh, who mentions a new Starship test flight on Sunday? I don't know if we'll cover that, Bebop and Rocksteady, but thank you for the heads up. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for the heads up. Thank you also, Sparky, for your support, and Midnight from the UK, and AO, our new member. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about, there was an interesting article I saw about Beirut. Fear engulfs Beirut residents after Israel expands deadly strikes into city center. So there have now, I think roughly in the last month, been 3 Israeli strikes on the city center of Beirut. Normally, if they strike in Beirut, it's like in the suburbs. But there were multiple ones yesterday, one which took down a building. Reuters says residents of the central Beirut area hit by a deadly airstrike were still in shock on Friday amid the dust, rubble, and broken glass, fearing that if their previously untargeted neighborhood had been struck, nowhere in Lebanon was safe. Israel's stepped-up campaign in Lebanon has heavily targeted the majority Shiite Muslim areas of the south, South Lebanon, and the southern suburbs of Beirut, and the Bekaa Valley in the east, where Hezbollah has strongholds. However, 2 strikes on late Thursday hit Al-Basta al-Fuqa, a mixed Beirut district of apartment blocks that had filled over the past 2 weeks with people fleeing their homes in areas pounded by Israeli strikes. A 1-year-old Hoda Adli told Reuters, "God alone knows what the next target will be. It's terrifying. In the north it's scary, in the south it's scary, in the east it's scary, in the west it's scary. Where do we go?" Oh, it's a she. She was performing Islam's evening prayer at home on Thursday when a fireball erupted in the next building, raising a cloud of dust around her and plunging everything into chaos. The following day, the road was strewn with glass and rubble, as well as clothes bags and other detritus. Detritus is how you pronounce that? Of a normal city, of a normal day that had turned to disaster. People searched the debris for their possessions, their faces etched with shock. I pronounced that word wrong. I never pronounced that word. Is it detritus? I have to get the pronunciation myself. Detritus, says Google. Detritus. Detritus, says Google. Sorry about the mispronunciation. A 55-year-old resident who lived right near one of the airstrikes yesterday, I guess the next building over, said many displaced people had moved into their neighborhood and feared that Israel was using claims that Hezbollah members were among them as a pretext to expand its strikes. This person said, these are all residential buildings that people have been residing in for over 30 years. What is their conscience when they kill 22 people for what? There is no humanity left, he said. He said he was at home with his wife when the strikes hit the next building over. Minutes later, there were bodies strewn across the street. Standing in front of his building, he said the Israeli surveillance drone, perpetually buzzing over Beirut for weeks, was intended to strain people's nerves. The drone has been here for over a month. It hasn't left the sky. You can't eat, you can't drink, you can't sleep, you can't do anything, he said. The airstrike on this building, which destroyed it in central Beirut yesterday, tore the facades of at least 5 buildings and shattered the windows of others along the street. In one building, the remains of a living room were exposed for all to see. Family portraits still on the wall and a curtain gray from dust hanging limply to the side. So I'll show you some pictures from where that building was hit. I actually have some video of that, I believe, I can show you. Let me grab some video. There was video I can grab for you of the aftermath of one of those strikes in Beirut yesterday. And you could just see not only the rubble, but the destruction in nearby buildings. I think I have video. Do I? Let's see. I got to check here. Hang on, I'm looking through here. Beirut. Beirut. Aftermath. Yeah, I have it here. I'm going to play you some of this video so you can see it. Getting the video now from AFP. Oh, rocket alert! I gotta get my phone. I'm gonna go grab my phone. Sorry. New rocket alert. It's one alert, and it is in Upper Galilee, south of Kiryat Shimona. way south. It is here. According to the SOFAR map, SOFAR red alert, it is north of Sea of Galilee. There's the border there. There's the Sea of Galilee. It's right there in Gadot, or Gadot, right there. That is where it is. It is a rocket alert. Let me just grab my phone, the one with the alert on it, because I keep... Sorry about that. No, there are no Iran cams that I have access to. I'll let you know if I hear more about that rocket alert. Thank you, Alex S., for your support. Now, Alex, our viewer, says, guys, please stop saying Happy Yom Kippur. It's a day of atonement, not a happy holiday. It is inappropriate. Greetings from Tel Aviv. Yeah, people, I'm sure, mean well if they say that, but yes, it's known as like a very serious, sad, I don't know if it's not necessarily sad, but very serious and somber holiday. I got the video, by the way, of the aftermath. Of the strike yesterday, and one of the strikes in Beirut. Hey, I just want to mention this map. It's the SOFAR red alert map. It works great for figuring out where the red alerts are. I will post a link. They have an app too, which is good. I'm going to post a link to their map in the chat, so you can get the SOFAR red alert map. Thank you also so much to our viewer Sing Saab in Canada. How come is asking about the lack of live feeds, no live TV channels available from Iran on YouTube. So the media is tightly controlled. My guess is it's because of that. The media is tightly controlled in Iran. So you don't have like a lot of independent media doing their own broadcasts from there. Let me show you something about this. Wikipedia says, for example, in Iran, censorship was ranked among the world's most extreme in 2024. Reporters Without Borders ranked Iran 176 out of 180 countries in the world's Press Freedom Index. Okay? So, Reporters Without Borders described Iran as one of the world's 5 biggest prisons for media personnel in the 40 years since the revolution. So you're not going to have, independent TV news channels setting up their cameras and reporting what's going on in Iran on YouTube. Internet censorship in Iran, says Wikipedia, functions similarly to the Great Firewall of China. I don't even know if there is YouTube in Iran. The Iranian government and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard persistently block social media such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, as well as many popular websites such as Blogger, HBO, YouTube, and Netflix, according to Wikipedia. So again, without being an expert on Iranian social media, they keep a pretty tight lid on things over there. My guess would be that regular people don't just put a camera on Iran and then post it on the web, generally speaking. Maybe they don't even have access to YouTube, and if they did, maybe it would be an issue for the authorities. Now, you might be able to find some Iranian state media floating around. Yes, the Iranian leader does have a Twitter account, even though they... It says in the Wikipedia article, despite the statewide ban, some Iranian politicians use social networks, including Twitter and Facebook, to communicate with their followers. Thank you, Otis Fats, for your support. Samurai Conscious said they did show everyone Nasrallah funeral. Sometimes there are events that they, allow to be broadcast, but they tightly control it. We covered a funeral like a month or two ago. It wasn't Nasrallah, it was something else. Oh, Hania's funeral. They broadcast that, but that's up to them. Some people messaged me about some trains being broken into in Chicago. Mike Lorber of Chicago NBC Sky 5 said Chicago police reported several freight trains were burglarized and merchandise taken off trains. I'll post about it on my X account. Thank you, by the way, to KMD from Scotland. Appreciate your support. KMD, thank you so much. You can reach me at Lookner on X. Oh yes, the video I was going to play. Thanks for reminding me. I was going to show some video of the aftermath of the strike in Beirut yesterday. Hold on. So this is, I'm going to show you some of an AFP video, which is aftermath from yesterday of one of these Israeli airstrikes in Beirut, which took down a building. So I just want to show you some of this. You can also see that nearby buildings were really, some of them were severely damaged. I'll just throw it up here for a second so you can see it. I'll make it bigger. I won't keep it up for that long, but again, this is from AFP. This is from yesterday, or from I think it's from today. It's from earlier today, from the strike yesterday. See that? So that's it's a building that was just destroyed in a residential area in central Beirut. And a number of people were killed and injured. But you can see also there's damage to the other buildings nearby. Osbert says could be every day soon. I don't know if Israel's going to start attacking more buildings in central Beirut. Hold on. There's another angle there. But I mean, like, this building is heavily damaged too. And these buildings have a lot of damage too. So people just live in there, and then there was no warning reportedly. You can be living there and then the building next to you just blows up. Did somebody see something under me? Is that what happened? Somebody saw something under me? A flash at some point? What's the time code for the flash? There was no flash, it was the video player bleeding through? Is that what it was? People are saying no. Let me just keep playing this. Just quickly go through here. Look at this. See, like the car parked here. I mean, again, this is a residential area in central Beirut. People here did not think something like this would happen there. Look at the next building. And then look at this. See? Next building's over. All those places damaged. I don't know if people can live in these buildings anymore. I have no idea. I mean, this is a major city, you know. Anyways, I wanted to show you that, just to let you see it. That was from AFP. The airstrike was yesterday. The video was earlier today. I'm not going to leave the video up because I don't want it covering the other footage, the live footage. It is 1:49 a.m., guys. This Telegram account I follow called Current News, that they report on Israel News. They claim that there's been heavy fighting on the ground between Israel and Hezbollah in the Arab al-Aram Shah region. Now, I don't know if that's true. That's what they claim. Now there is an Arab al-Ramsha in Israel on the border. So I don't know if they mean right across the border there, maybe. So I haven't heard that other places. It's interesting, though. It's generally a reliable channel. Hang on a second here. So if you look on the map here, the Google map, it says Arav al-Aramsha, which is on the border, kind of towards the west. That's in Israel, but it's right near the border. So I assume that when this channel says there's clashes going on, it's maybe on the other side of the border from it. But I don't know. I'll have to see if I hear that anywhere else. Just one Telegram channel claiming that's going on. Ofer Devere says, looks like a failed try for a Hezbollah raid. I mean, I haven't heard about any kind of... I would think if it's going on in Israel, we'd be hearing about it. But who knows? That's probably a closed military area. Yeah, I believe it is. I believe a bunch of the border now is closed military area where no one else is allowed in. So who knows? I wanted to show you something, talk about something. There's an article in the Washington Post that says Israel steps up its battles with the United Nations, with the UN force in southern Lebanon, where Israel is conducting its ground invasion. 2 days in a row, 2 UN force members have been hurt by Israeli airstrikes. So I wanted to mention this. So the Washington Post says, Israel's embroiled in conflicts on numerous fronts against Hamas in Gaza, against Hezbollah in Lebanon, against Palestinian militants in the West Bank, against the Houthis in Yemen, against Iranian proxies in Syria and Iraq, against Iran itself. Now add the United Nations to the mix. On Thursday, Israeli forces fired on 3 positions in Lebanon staffed by the UN Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL. At least 2 peacekeepers were injured and had to receive treatment after an Israeli tank fired toward an observation tower at their main headquarters. The UN Peacekeeper Group, a legacy of international efforts to maintain the peace after Israeli invasions of Lebanon, has a force of some 10,000 peacekeepers of varying nationalities in bases scattered across the Israel-Lebanon border. Their presence has been complicated by Israel's ongoing operations against Hezbollah. Oop, we heard a boom. I think that boom is probably from the border, by the way. The presence of the UN forces on the border has been complicated by Israel's ongoing operations against Hezbollah, which include both heavy bombardments and airstrikes across the country, as well as ground maneuvers. Satellite imagery obtained by my colleagues, says the author of this article, Ishan Tharoor, says satellite imagery shows Israeli... Ooh, hold on. We got more booms. More booms, guys. I think from the north there. Just heard a couple booms. Hold on, I'll just read a little more of this. Washington Post says satellite imagery shows Israeli military vehicles encircling at least one UN base. Israel had issued vague orders for UNIFIL to evacuate at least some of its positions, but the peacekeepers' countries of origin collectively agreed to maintain the mission. A statement from the Israeli Defense Forces noted that Hezbollah operates in areas near UN bases and suggested the peacekeepers remain in protected areas. A UN statement on Thursday accused Israeli soldiers of deliberately targeting at least one UN base, where they fired at and disabled its perimeter monitoring cameras. The spat is only the latest flashpoint between Israel and the world's most important international organization. A General Assembly resolution by the UN last month called on Israel to dismantle illegal settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, a withdrawal that would be unthinkable to Israel's far-right government. Separate cases for genocide and war crimes against Israel and Israeli officials are running through the International Court of Justice, the UN's top court, and the International Criminal Court. Meanwhile, in Israeli discourse, the UN is a frequent target of scorn, seen as a biased instrument of myriad member states angry at Israel over its occupation of Palestinian territories. When addressing the UN in September, Prime Minister Netanyahu called the international body a swamp of anti-Semitic bile. The UN's main agency for Palestinians, known by the abbreviation UNRWA, has been wrongly reviled by Israel as an alleged accomplice to Palestinian extremists. UNRWA forms the bedrock of the entire aid and humanitarian system in the region for Palestinians. So I don't know what's going to happen. Again, we've had 2 days in a row where Israel strikes have wounded UN peacekeepers. Oh, I might have a little video on that. I might have a little video on it I can show you. You should watch this.
Israeli forces.
Reuters has an article, Israeli strike wounds 2 UN peacekeepers in Lebanon. They have a video attached. 2 UN peacekeepers were wounded by an Israeli strike near their watchtower in southern Lebanon on Friday. Israel's military said, while blasts shook the peacekeepers' main base in the area for the second time in 48 hours. France summoned Israel's ambassador and issued a statement with Italy and Spain calling such attacks unjustifiable. President Biden said he was asking Israel not to hit UN forces. The UN Secretary General and Western countries condemned the attacks. I am going to play this video for you. Let's watch a little video by Reuters about the situation between Israel and the UN. Let's do that. I may have to turn down the camera's volume for a second so you can hear the video. So please bear with me on that. Here is the video there. All right, let me just play this. I know I just turned down the volume of the other things for just for a moment while we watch the video. Hang on a second. I'm going to show you this.
Israeli forces fired at a watchtower used by UN peacekeepers on Friday, injuring 2. That's according to a UN source. It's the third day in a row peacekeepers at headquarters in Naharia have reported Israeli fire at their positions. Lebanese caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati condemned the incident as a crime. It comes amid Israel's war against Hezbollah militants, with its latest attack in Beirut on Thursday night killing more than 20 people and injuring over 100, Lebanese authorities said. 3 security sources said the target here was a senior Hezbollah official who survived. Meanwhile, in Israel, Hezbollah killed a Thai worker after firing an anti-tank missile at a farming area, according to emergency services. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah erupted 1 year ago. The Iran-backed group opened fire in support of Palestinian militant group Hamas at the start of the Gaza war. But the war in Lebanon has dramatically intensified over recent weeks, with Israel bombing Beirut's suburbs, killing top Hezbollah leaders and launching a ground attack. The UN source said that along with the tower that came under fire on Friday, troops also breached the perimeter of another peacekeeping base they'd fired at the day before. The UN's peacekeeping chief said that the safety of over 10,400 peacekeepers in Lebanon is, quote, increasingly in jeopardy. There was no immediate comment from the Israeli military on Friday's reported incidents.
Okay, a little video for you from Reuters. Uh-oh. What did I get rid of? I got rid of something. What did I remove? I accidentally removed something. I don't know what it was. Bringing you some live coverage here. It is past 2 a.m. on the somber Israel holiday, Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur. It is Yom Kippur until Saturday night. Long Range Hunter says, will the Lebanese army go against Israelis? No, the Lebanese army is staying out of this. The Lebanese army is very different than Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a Shiite militia group. The Lebanese army represents the country. The country has Shia Muslims, Sunni Muslims, Christians. They're not going to get involved against Israel. Or get involved against Hezbollah. They're staying out of it. That sounds like a boom at the border. Yeah, AEB says Lebanese army is weak. Hezbollah is a stronger military force than the Lebanese army is. I'm not an expert on Lebanon or the Lebanese army, but they're not getting involved in this. I've seen no sign of that. More booms in the northern border. I believe the Lebanese army gets a lot of funding from the U.S. too. Wikipedia says the equipment of the Lebanese armed forces is outdated due to lack of funds, political bickering. The Lebanese government is working with its partners to improve the armed forces' capabilities. The U.S. remains a key partner for Lebanon in this improvement process. About 85% of the armed forces equipment is U.S. made. So the Lebanese army is not going to start attacking U.S. ally Israel when most of their equipment comes from the U.S. Thank you so much, Patricia Banks, for shouting out the mods and for your support. Thank you also, Stonky the Clown, our member, and Derek Kopek, our member, and Raphael Legond for your support. Raphael thinks Iran will respond to Israel right away. Iran is fully ready. That's what Raphael thinks. There's questions as to what Iran would do. If Israel attacks Iranian oil facilities, will Iran go after the oil facilities of other Gulf states, for example? We don't know. I'm going to ask this question again because I think it's an interesting question. I'm going to ask about several things. Will Israel attack? Will Israel go after Iran oil facilities, Iran nuclear facilities, Iran leaders? None of these. We're doing a poll. Oh, sorry. I guess all could be an option, but there's so many permutations of it. I don't have enough choices to give all the permutations like A and B, A and C, B and C. So just pick one. I mean, if it's going to be none, you can pick none. I guess it's kind of a confusing poll. It's sort of a confusing poll because you might think more than one. So it's kind of a, I'd have to think of probably a better way of placing it. I can't really ask about all of them though because you can only put out like a certain, I think on YouTube it's 4 choices. So I can't give all the different variations. Anyways, I will say on YouTube, so for whatever it's worth, on YouTube only 15% say none of these. I guess you could argue what are they chiefly going after? But some people might think it'll be multiple things. So again, it's not the best question. But most of you think on YouTube they'll go after at least one. I guess the question is sort of like, what do you think is the most important that Israel goes after? What would they prioritize, maybe? But know that people might think more than one of them. It's interesting that both of you put a priority on Twitch too. You put a priority on the leadership. So 50, half of people on Twitch said the leaders. Most on Twitch think they will go after at least one of them. Like on both of them, more people think leaders than the other two choices, besides none. Anyways, again, I know some of you are going to probably think more than one of them, but you can just vote on the one they'll prioritize, maybe. Whoa! That was really loud. That scared me. That sounds like right near the camera. Okay, we got to turn the camera down now. That's much louder than anything we've heard tonight. Sorry about that. I think maybe a tank or an artillery piece right near the camera. That's what that sounded like. That was scary. Sorry about that. I did not know that was coming. That's at the northern border. All right, I'm going to wrap up the poll, but I appreciate people voting. I mean, any one of those would be a big deal. Oil, nuclear, or leaders would all be a very big deal. Something like military targets would not be as big a deal. Monica Green says targets could be airport main roads and military installations. The tea lady says normal Iranian people don't want their leaders, so it'd make sense to go after them. Hasseldehoff says none of the above. It'll be an underwhelming response, if any at all. Our viewer watcher says not the oil. China won't like it, so the U.S. will say no to that. Oh, a new rocket alert. I think there's a new rocket alert. That is like in the middle. That's on the border, but it's kind of the middle, not that far west, sort of the west. Shomera and Zarit. Rocket alerts. I'll let you know what I hear about them. KMD says, worried that Israel goes for nuclear. Sean G says, considering how they used pagers and radios, we will just have to see. Lincoln Valley thinks this will last years and years. Give me one moment here. Buckminster says Iran hasn't done enough to merit a reply so far, so shooting 200 ballistic missiles at Israel does not merit a reply? The Family Fabu says it's an unconventional war, so it will be unconventional timing. Excuse me. Another boom. This is from Reuters. Spain's prime minister urges international community to stop selling weapons to Israel. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez today urged the international community to stop selling weapons to Israel as he condemned attacks by Israel's armed forces against the UN peacekeeping force in Lebanon. Israeli forces fired at an observation post used by UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon on Friday, injuring 2, a UN force said. The third day in a row, peacekeepers have reported Israeli fire at their positions as Israel wages war on Hezbollah. Spain has 650 peacekeepers in Lebanon, and a Spanish general leads the mission. The Spanish Prime Minister said, "Let me at this point criticize and condemn the attacks that the Israeli armed forces are carrying out on the UN mission in Lebanon." Spain has been critical of Israel in the recent escalation of the conflict in the Middle East, says Reuters. Thank you, Chris Canada, Quebec City. So nice of you. Thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you also, Adrian Goodman, for your support. Hearing some booms, again, at the northern border. Definitely activity on the northern border. Don Riverstone says, hitting the UN forces doesn't seem wise. Hey, thanks so much also to Mr. Devon, who just gave 10 people membership. So nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift sub or a gift membership. Hamburger gave out 5 community subs and Twitch. Hamburger 40, thanks so much. Also, thanks Jim for your support. Jim says if Israel were going to go big, they would have went last week. Jim thinks Israel doesn't need 10 days to identify targets. Tehran is 1,200 miles from Israeli bases, says Jim. Thank you also Tacitus Kilgore for being a new member. I don't know if it's 1,200 miles from Israeli bases, but certainly just eyeballing it here, it's like maybe 900 or so, 1,000. Our viewer Obokan thinks Israel does not care anymore about what others say. Road Dog says Israel needs 10 days to beg Biden for permission. Checking some different things here for updates. There was an article The Economist had yesterday, which I wanted to mention again. Oh, by the way, thanks to Marie Goodson Hamilton for subscribing on Facebook. The Economist talked about the different options Israel has for striking Iran. Talked about 4 options. It said Israel had these 4 options for attacking Iran. I think it was oil, nuclear, leadership, and military. Those were the 4. going to mention this. Hey, thanks, by the way, KMD from Scotland, for your support, who was watching from there. Thank you. So, regarding the attacking nuclear facilities, The Economist says that's something Netanyahu has long wanted to do, but they are dispersed around the country in heavily fortified locations deep underground. The Economist says that significantly damaging them would require large numbers of bunker-busting missiles launched from dozens of aircraft operating at least 750 miles away from Israel. They say they think it'd be difficult for Israel's Air Force to set back Iran's nuclear program by more than a few months. Now, I don't know, but there are difficulties to trying to attack the nuclear sites via the air. By the way, whether Israel would have some other option to attack the nuclear facilities by like cyber, special forces, some other thing they had put into place, I don't know. The Economist talks about Iran's more vulnerable than the nuclear sites would be Iran's main ports, specifically the oil terminals, which provide most of Iran's foreign currency income. I believe Karg Island, which is an island that Iran operates with an oil terminal on it. I think about 90% of the oil being exported from Iran passes through there. Yes, according to CNBC, the Karg Island oil terminal handles more than 90% of Iran's crude oil exports, located 15 miles off the coast. I'll show you what Karg Island looks like. Karg Island, there it is. So there's Iran, and then Karg Island is here in the Persian Gulf. Over 90% of Iran's exported oil, crude oil, goes through Karg Island. Would Israel attack Karg Island? The Economist says that some Israeli strategists think that could really damage the economy and maybe even provoke unrest in Iran, and who knows, maybe even lead to regime change, to the regime's downfall. The Economist says another choice would be to target the leaders of Iran directly, like they have done with Hezbollah and Hamas. The Economist points out this might be difficult. They say Iran's most senior figures would almost certainly retreat to secret protected locations if an Israeli strike looked imminent. Who knows, though? Also, impact of such attacks on leadership is always uncertain, says The Economist. You never know who's going to replace them. And they say, keep this in mind, they say, The Economist, the most obvious response for Israel would be a strike on Iran's missile bases. This would be arguably the least likely to provoke yet another missile salvo from Iran. Since the idea would be, since Iran launched missile strikes, you attack their missile bases. The Economist points out, though, that Netanyahu thinks Israel has a historic chance to reshape the region. And some others in Israel think that as well. So would they just go after the military targets like the missile bases? Don't know. So another interesting point that The Economist makes is The Economist says that that they think that Netanyahu and Israel's military and intelligence chiefs might be willing to risk a devastating war in order to transform their legacy from having overseen Israel's greatest debacle, October 7th Hamas attack, to becoming the victors of a regional war. So The Economist thinks that Netanyahu and Israel's military and intelligence leaders might see this as a way to kind of like make people in Israel forget about October 7th in a sense, and forget about assigning blame and, turning their reputation around. Now, I don't know if that's true. That's an idea The Economist raises. Yoav thinks going after the nuclear facilities would be to prevent a nuclear threat. Anyways, if you want to read that article in The Economist, it's called Israel Has These 4 Options for Attacking Iran. You can read the whole thing at The Economist. And maybe there's stuff we not even thinking of. As I mentioned earlier, we heard another boom. As I mentioned earlier, what did Israel's defense minister say a couple days ago? Israel's defense minister a couple days ago, according to AP, said, "Our strike will be lethal, precise, and above all surprising." Above all surprising, he said. They won't understand what happened and how. He says it'll be above all surprising. They won't understand what happened and how. What does that mean? What does that mean for what they're going to do? He just said that a couple days ago, the defense minister. Yoav thinks no attack surprise. I think there's going to be an attack. Our member Cameron thinks Iranian people want the leaders gone. That's what Cameron thinks. Papa Steve says, wish we knew. They Call Me Taj says, maybe it's happened already and they don't even know. Maybe there's been some preparation for it already that they don't know. Thanks, Girth Brooks. Girth Brooks, thanks so much for the gift memberships. Gave 10 people memberships. So nice of you. And thanks for your support, Girth Brooks. Girth, I think he's talking about the Iran leader. Girth thinks the Iran leader needs to be gone. I mean, they have gone after the leadership of Hamas and the leadership of Hezbollah with targeted assassinations. Ape thinks we will know soon enough. Stephen and Obi says, wonder if Israel will give Iran any warning at all. I would think not. Does The Economist let you read? I think if you register, you get to read some free articles there, I think. I mean, the registering should just be like giving an email address or something like that. I don't know for sure because I subscribe to The Economist. But I believe if you sign up, you can read it for free. At least some articles, a few of them. Every article should be free, said Sheps. So how would that work? How would that work? They have this. Would that mean that every single news source would need to be funded by wealthy people, independently wealthy people who want to just lose money on their news operation because they're not allowed to charge for their content? I mean, I get they can use advertising too, but you see what I mean here. I mean, something's got to pay for these things. Sean Reese says journalists have to get paid somehow. I don't know if maybe advertising doesn't pay the bills for them. I'm just saying, though. I mean, they have to pay for it somehow. Gunny's Adventure says Netanyahu said maybe Iran will see new leadership. Maybe, well, I think what he said is they'll be free sooner than people think, which Gunny's Adventures thinks is a sign. Oddity thinks that Israel's going to go after the supreme leader of Iran. Armin Allen says, I think Israel is still preparing their offense, but they are also still preparing their defense. Israel has to think about how Iran might respond. If you missed it, before we came on the air, 2 drones were launched at Israel from Lebanon. One of them hit a building, but nobody was injured. At least that I heard about. That was in Herzliya. I posted a video before from Joe Trisman. I'll post it again. The Times of Israel said that a building was hit on a Yom Kippur drone attack from Lebanon with no injuries. I'm not sure what kind of building. I thought I heard some reports that claimed it was some sort of like senior living place, but that might have just been wrong. You have to go back and look. There's a boom right there, probably from the border. Oh, you know what? This is interesting. The Jerusalem Post says that Sky News Arabia, Sky News Arabic, is claiming that this senior Hezbollah security official, Wafiq Safa, was critically wounded in the Israeli strike on Beirut yesterday, on Thursday. There were multiple strikes in Beirut Thursday, and reportedly, one of if not the target was Wafiq Safa, a senior Hezbollah security official. So Sky News Arabia, I guess, is saying that he was hurt in the attack. I don't know if that's true. We'll see if we hear more from that. I don't think Israel has said anything about him. I don't think. This is kind of, oh, rocket alert? Some people are saying there's a rocket alert. Let me check. One alert going off kind of near the last one. Oh, this is at Arab al, this is interesting. This is at Arab al-Aramshi. And this is on the northern border. Oops, what did I do here? Arab al-Aramshi on the northern border. And, you know, I told you that there was a Telegram channel I follow, Current News, which reports a lot of Israel news. And they've been, according to this Telegram channel, they say that there's been this ongoing battle in this area for hours between Israeli forces and Hezbollah. I don't know about, I can't confirm that. They've been saying that, so it's interesting to see this alert here. But again, I can't confirm that report. I mentioned that earlier. I do believe, I don't know if that was a banging or a artillery or something. I do believe that that area is a closed military zone where civilians are not allowed on the Israeli side. Hearing drones from the border camera, or a drone. Yeah, that drone is from the border camera. Thank you to Mystical, our new member. Thank you, Mystical. This is kind of some interesting political background about Hezbollah, about Lebanon here from AP in this article. U.S. sees a window for a new push to break political deadlock in Lebanon to ease conflict. AP says, with Israel's sabotage and military operations in Lebanon taking out many of Hezbollah's senior leaders, some in Washington and elsewhere believe there may be a window for a new push to break the political deadlock in Lebanon to try to ease escalating war. The U.S. and others have been pressing for years for an end to the political deadlock in Lebanon to no avail. The country's sectarian power sharing system has always been prone to stalemate. The U.S. blames the 2-year presidential vacuum on resistance to compromise by Iran-backed Hezbollah, which is considered a legitimate political party in Lebanon and has been part of its government for nearly 2 decades, despite being named a terrorist organization by the U.S., Israel, and others. After the term of the former president, Michel Aoun, ended 2 years ago, Lebanon's deeply divided parliament met several times to elect a successor and failed every time. Hezbollah has been blocking Slimane Frangieh, a Christian politician allied with the Shiite group. In the meantime, the worsening political paralysis in Lebanon had installed measures to alleviate a crippling economic crisis have plunged 3/4 of the population into poverty. Lebanon has a shared government among Shiite Muslims, Sunni Muslims, and Christians. To give you a little more background on that. Hang on, I'm trying to find something for you here. Give me a moment. Oopsie. So there's an article from the Washington Post from a couple weeks ago. Israel's escalating war in Lebanon brings calamity to a fragile state. They say after years of economic and political crisis, Lebanon now faces catastrophe. With hardship deepening and relief in short supply, there are growing fears of unrest in a country that has never fully recovered from its civil war. Lebanon was paralyzed by political and economic troubles even before Hezbollah began firing on Israel in October in solidarity with Hamas in Gaza. Between 2019 and early 2023, says the Washington Post, Lebanon's currency lost more than 98% of its value. Let me read that again. Between 2019 and early 2023, Lebanon's currency lost more than 98% of its value. Nearly 45% of people live below the poverty line, and the country has been without a president since 2022, led by a caretaker government with limited power and public credibility. The state had been on the verge of disappearing, said an expert in Beirut who the Washington Post talked to. Our viewer Jacques Markarian quoted some figures. Spartiate says banks have refused to hand over money and some people have robbed their own bank to get their own money. I think I heard something about that. I need to check though. Wikipedia says the Lebanese economy, hold on a second here, shrank between 2019 and 2021. The Lebanese economy shrank but by 53% in 2 years. I think you might be hearing animals. Sometimes we hear animals on the border, howling or whatever. Michael Covert, our viewer, thinks that Israel is and has been infiltrating Iranian oil systems, including mechanical and economic as well as security, at the same time placing people into the Iranian society. Look, it's possible that Israel has in recent years, prepared ways to attack Iran if it needed them. I don't know that for sure, but maybe they have. There's also, let me show you something else here. You know, there was an article in the Washington Post 8 months ago, that said as Lebanon teeters on the edge, a war with Israel would be catastrophic. So that article talks about how wages for Lebanon soldiers have fallen so low that many now have second jobs driving for Uber or working as parking valets. A GoFundMe campaign has been launched to support Lebanon's emergency response services. Angry depositors in Beirut have attacked the headquarters of a major bank with fireworks because it wouldn't release their savings. Even before the Israel-Gaza war, Lebanon was in an economic crisis. Since 2019, the country's gross domestic product has fallen by 50%, and poverty now plagues 80% of the population. A wider war, long feared amid ongoing skirmishes between Israeli forces and Hezbollah, would be catastrophic. Lebanon is no stranger to disaster, having survived a 15-year civil war in a conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006. But this time, according to Simon Niaimi, an economics professor at University of Beirut, the Lebanese are exhausted. The situation is totally different today, he said. In 2006, during the last war with Israel, we had a fully functioning economy. We had a functional banking system, supplying credit to the private sector and contributing to growth. We had a government in place. We had a president, he said. The signs of disintegration are everywhere. The country has been without a president since 2022 and a functioning government for almost 2 years, and the currency has lost more than 90% of its value since 2019. Lebanon's insolvent banks will not allow depositors to withdraw their money in full. The Association of Banks in Lebanon has said the institutions do not have enough liquidity to pay back depositors. The Washington Post back in February said, one of the only remaining elements of Lebanon's traditional formula for survival is the Lebanese themselves or those living abroad. A 2023 UN study estimated that remittances from the diaspora, people from Lebanon, Lebanese people living abroad, averages $6.5 billion a year, accounting for more than a third of GDP. This is what has kept the economy running. This is the major source of foreign exchange today besides meager tourism revenue. We don't export much, we import a lot, said the expert Naomi. But if a full-blown war breaks out, he said it will become very difficult for the Lebanese diaspora to continue sending remittances from abroad. The fighting has harmed some kind of animal. The fighting has harmed Lebanon's tourism sector and agriculture, much of which is based in the south and accounts for a significant portion of exports. Also, the Washington Post pointed out, public services and the people who staff them have borne the brunt of the financial crisis, with salaries becoming nearly worthless after the currency lost most of its value. Many of these services, such as hospitals and emergency response, would be crucial in a war. The head of civil defense in southern Lebanon said, back in February, "We do not have equipment to rescue anyone from under the rubble. We do it manually using our hands and with primitive instruments." Lebanon's overburdened healthcare system will also be unable to cope if the war spreads. Shut out by the skyrocketing costs of private healthcare, most people are forced to seek treatment at underfunded public hospitals in a country whose healthcare was once the pride of the region. Talent is also in limited supply, according to a representative of Doctors Without Borders Lebanon. With the overlapping crises, a number of healthcare professionals, doctors and nurses have left the country. A nurse at a Beirut hospital told the Washington Post, war could be devastating on the medical services in the country because of the low staff and the lack of medical supplies and equipment. So, you know, if the war expands there, and it has been expanding, this is a country in a really bad economic place anyway. Obviously, it seems like you're not really getting tourism revenue there now. I don't know how much tourism was a part of their economy before, but can't imagine a lot of people are going there now. Ingrid Same says, when I was a girl, we were neighbors and friends with a Maronite Lebanese family. Back then, Lebanon was a place people wanted to visit. Ingrid thinks Hezbollah wrecked all that. Our viewer Jake Jacobs says, have you heard of Nitro Zeus kill switch? Perhaps Israel's retaliation would start with that and move to port locations? This would seem to maximize impact while minimizing lethal collateral damage. Now, I don't know really anything about Nitro Zeus. Wikipedia says it's a project name for a well-funded, comprehensive cyber attack plan created as a mitigation strategy after the Stuxnet malware campaign and its aftermath. Anyways, it seems like Jake is wondering if some sort of cyber attack could be involved in this Israeli response. Who knows? Who knows? We'll have to see. The defense minister did say the response would be surprising. Then Scott G sent me an article from a few years ago about a U.S. Air Force bunker buster bomb, and is saying maybe Israel has those. I don't know about their specific capabilities, but maybe they'll attack nuclear facilities with bunker buster bombs. That I do not know. Our viewer Ed Eobard thinks Israel might be waging psychological war against Iran, making them nervous and forcing them to cover all of their ground before actually attacking. Ooh, that was... Once in a while we're hearing those from the northern border. Just once in a while tonight. Not that frequently. Ariel, our viewer, thinks the United Nations did not do much in southern Lebanon beyond observations. Ariel thinks the UN is anti-Jewish. That sounds like gunfire. On the border, you hear that? Michael Lawson thinks Israel will attack on October 14th. Thanks for writing in, Michael. Yeah, that sounded like some sort of heavy gunfire on, again, on the border, northern border. We do hear that once in a while. It's interesting, and it's not, we haven't, I don't recall hearing it the rest of the night, but, I mean, it's a long border, so it can be used elsewhere on the border, but near the camera that we have, I hadn't heard that the rest of the night. Terry Bryant says it's getting closer. Thank you, 43 News for You. What happens if they bring the fight to the city? You mean Beirut? Well, there might be more strikes coming up in Beirut. There was a couple days ago. I don't know what's going to happen. If Israel thinks Hezbollah targets are in central Beirut, they might just go after them. Do I pay for the cameras? Yes. From Reuters and AFP. I pay for them. Why would Israel attack the UN? It's a little unclear what happened. Israel has said that they have been going after Hezbollah targets, near the UN. So we haven't heard that much detail from Israel, but sounds like they're claiming that they've gone after Hezbollah targets near the UN positions and that the UN isn't, taking cover properly or something. But the UN is saying we want to do our mission and stay in our positions. But I don't know. If it happens several times in a row, you think, are they intentionally trying to send a message to the UN to leave or something? I don't know. Doctor, our viewer, thinks intimidation. What can I say? I don't know. Big Time thought we heard large caliber gunfire a little while ago. Sounded like maybe that. There's clearly been lots of fighting on the border. We just have very little information about what goes on there. Al Jazeera says, about 20 minutes ago, Al Jazeera reported Israeli airstrikes on several areas of the western sector of southern Lebanon. So we've been hearing about some airstrikes. Also, Israeli airstrike reported about a half hour ago by Al Jazeera in eastern Lebanon on the town of Sarain. Thank you, 43 News for You, who thinks we could see more of a ground invasion into Beirut. I mean, Beirut's a ways away from the border. But, I mean, they'd have to have a reason for going in there. Maybe if they thought that, like, lots of Hezbollah was there, they might consider doing it. Here's Lebanon here. So you can see Beirut is up here. It's about 55 miles from the border. 50 miles from the border. I don't know if there's been any airstrikes. I believe earlier during the daytime I saw something, but I believe it's been hours and hours since there were strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I mean, for a few days there were a lot of them. We're hearing a bunch of booms on the border camera. Thank you so much, Ruth Grafasi. It's so nice of you. One of our moderators. Thank you, Ruth. Shout out to our moderators like Ruth and Roberts May Queen, Beth Mythical, Sarah 55, a bunch of booms now on the northern border camera. Kay Lowry Body, thanks for moderating on Facebook. Margaret Riley, I appreciate it. Paul Anderson, Beth Shepard. Also, our Twitch moderators, big thanks to you. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire, Sarah and Surly Dev. Thanks also the Pasta Shooter for subscribing, and Jeff Rame for subscribing on Twitch. Appreciate that. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thanks for moderating. At Todd ZY says, Israel will make a very educated decision on Iran. Continue to hear some booms. Thank you also, John Attard, for the gift memberships. Thank you, John Attard. Very nice of you. Gave a bunch of people memberships in the YouTube chat. This is interesting. This is an article from Reuters. U.S. still believes Iran has not decided to build a nuclear weapon, U.S. officials say. Reuters says the U.S. still believes Iran has not decided to build a nuclear weapon despite Tehran's recent strategic setbacks, including Israel's killing of Hezbollah leaders and 2 largely unsuccessful attempts to attack Israel. 2 U.S. officials told Reuters. Those comments added to public remarks this week by CIA Director William Burns, who said the U.S. had not seen any evidence that Iran's leader had reversed his 2003 decision to suspend the weaponization program. The intelligence assessment could help explain U.S. opposition to any Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear program and retaliation for Iran's missile attack on Israel. President Biden said after the missile attack he would not support an Israeli strike on Iranian nuclear sites, but did not explain why he had reached that conclusion. His remarks drew fierce criticism from Republicans, including former President Trump. U.S. officials have long acknowledged that an attempt to destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program might only delay Iran's efforts to develop a nuclear bomb and could even strengthen Tehran's resolve to do so, says Reuters. The thought is that maybe Iran would pursue a nuclear weapon because, like, Hezbollah was their strongest proxy force. Hezbollah was supposed to be a deterrent to a country attacking Iran, to attacking its nuclear program. But now that Hezbollah has been greatly weakened, and Iran maybe looks weak because they've launched 2 missile attacks at Israel, which didn't end up doing that much, maybe they would think they need, a nuclear weapon as a deterrent to other countries. Reuters says in the past weeks, Israel's military has inflicted heavy losses on Hezbollah, the most powerful member of the Iran-backed network known as the Axis of Resistance. Hezbollah's setbacks have included the killing of its leader in an Israeli airstrike last month. The weakening of a key Iranian ally has prompted some experts to speculate that Tehran may restart its efforts to acquire a nuclear bomb to protect itself. Beth Sanner, a former U.S. Deputy Director of National Intelligence, said the risk of Khamenei, the supreme leader, reversing his 2003 religious dictum against nuclear weapons is higher now than it has been, and that if Israel were to strike nuclear facilities, Tehran would likely move ahead with building a nuclear weapon. That's another thing. If Iran goes after their nuclear facilities, could that motivate them more to build a nuclear weapon? She said that would still take time. They can't get a weapon in a day. It would still take months and months and months, she said. Iran is now enriching uranium to up to 60% fissile purity, close to the 90% of weapons grade at 2 sites, and in theory has enough material enriched to that level, if enriched further for almost 4 bombs, according to a yardstick from the IAEA. The expansion in Iran's enrichment program has reduced the so-called breakout time it would need to produce enough weapons-grade uranium for a nuclear bomb to a week or a little more, according to the CIA Director Burns, whereas the breakout time used to be more than a year in 2015. For more than a year, it was more than a year under the 2015 accord that Trump pulled out of when president. Actually making a bomb with that material would take longer. How long is less clear in the subject of debate. Reuters says Israel has not yet disclosed what it will target in its retaliation attack against Iran. The U.S. has been privately urging Israel to calibrate its response to avoid triggering a broader war in the Middle East, with Biden publicly voicing his opposition to a nuclear attack and giving concerns about a strike on Iran's energy infrastructure. Israel, however, views Iran's nuclear program as an existential threat. Avi Melamed, a former Israeli intelligence officer and government official, said Iran still had space to compensate for setbacks dealt to its proxies and missile force without having to resort to developing a nuclear warhead. The Iranians have to recalculate what's next. I don't think at this point they will rush to either develop or boost the nuclear program toward military capacity, he said. Anyways, so we do not know whether Israel will go after their nuclear sites. If so, how successful they'll be. Might that just delay Iran's nuclear weapons program? Might it make Iran want more to get a nuclear weapon? We'll just do a poll on that question. Will Israel attack Iran's nuclear program? Just that question. Yes or no? See what you have to say. Thank you to Just Me for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Just Me. See what you guys have to say. I think there is some disagreement over this. On YouTube, it is 55 to 45. Yes to no. On Twitch, it is. On Twitch, it is. Oopsie. We have a difference of opinion. On Twitch, it's 66% no. How about that? Oops. I'm not doing a good job here. I am messing everything up. We have a disagreement. Frank Lee speaking says, I agree with Twitch. Chef Slayboss says, anything is possible. Sarah says, Twitch is always right. Shep says, if they attack Iran's oil facilities, the spike in oil prices will make Israel's reputation worse. Hamburger thinks YouTube is crazy. Babs says, no brainer. Sorry. Ashton Dennis says it definitely sounds like they want to. The Vladinator thinks it's a solid maybe. That article is interesting, though. It points out not only has Hezbollah been greatly weakened, but also, I mean, Iran has launched 2 missile attacks on Israel. The April one was missiles and drones. But as Iran has twice attacked Israel in April and last week, and those attacks really didn't do much in either case at all. So between that and, like, you know, Iran apparently allowed Israel to assassinate a Hamas leader while he was in Tehran as a guest of the Iranian government. These things make Iran look pretty weak. So Reuters is saying some people think that they'd want to get the bomb to protect themselves. Kat Urato thinks Israel will take out their research facilities and install them. All right, anyways, thanks for voting in the poll. Jeff Knowles says Iran is weak. It's a really big moment, what Israel's going to do here. It could have huge implications, could have enormous implications. E. Oddity thinks Iran is a paper tiger. Bob Gray thinks they will bomb the oil. CNN had an article today saying the U.S. thinks Iran is very nervous. CNN said Iran's government is extremely nervous and has been engaging and asking other countries in the Middle East to gauge whether they can reduce the scale of Israel's response. CNN believes that sources told CNN Iran is worried about whether the U.S. can convince Israel to not go after Iran's oil and nuclear facilities. And they say part of why Iran is fearful is because the U.S. doesn't seem to have that much control over Israel like it did before. Papa Steve says the defense minister is saying that Iran won't understand what happened and how it's making Papa Steve wonder if they have another pager-style creative attack in mind. They did do the pager thing, so. Exceedy, thanks for your support. Exceedy says if Iran has nuclear capability, it will balance the power in the Middle East. This is the main reason that Israel and the U.S. are concerned, not because they are worried Iran would use it. Richard Brennan thinks it kind of went quiet the last few days. Came out 4 days ago. Russia and Iran is going to sign an agreement. I haven't seen anything about a Russia-Iran agreement with respect to fighting Israel or something. I mean, Russia and Iran have close relations. You know, Iran has been sending Russia drones and reportedly missiles to use in their invasion of Ukraine for a while now. BB says, underestimating your enemy in war can be fatal. Now, CNN doesn't think the response will come until after Yom Kippur. CNN says the world is watching Israel's every move, but at least until Saturday at sundown, Israel will be at a standstill to mark Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement, and the holiest day of the year in Judaism. They say while it's not impossible Israel might launch action, but shops, restaurants, other services are closed, public transport is not operating, and the main airport is shut down in Israel. Thank you, Jan, for your support. I really appreciate that, Jan. Thank you. And thank you for your note, Jan. There's an election coming up. You know, we've been so focused on the Middle East for a good reason. If the election is only, 24 days away or something? 25 days away, the election? So close. Michelle Lauzon thinks Israel could attack Karg Island, which Iran uses to export over 90% of its crude oil. 90% of its crude oil. Murph writes that going after Iran's oil facilities would be a big blow, as that's where the majority of the funds come from to support Iran's terrorist proxies. Murph says they might even go after both oil and nuclear facilities. No, the airport is not reopened. The airport is closed. Merck says the UN peacekeeping forces did not stop Hezbollah from firing rockets and missiles for about a year. Are they peacekeepers or Hezbollah allies? As I said, my guess is that practically speaking, the UN forces can't physically stop Hezbollah from firing rockets from southern Israel. I'm not sure that they even have the mandate to do that. It's a little iffy. I'm not a legal expert. I was looking at their website before. But practically speaking, I'm assuming that if UN forces were to attack Hezbollah forces, they would be risking their lives. So I know people have said that, but when you say the UN forces, remember, the UN is just the countries that make it up. It's not like this separate country. It's just the countries that make it up. So if you don't think the UN forces have been doing enough to stop Hezbollah, then you should blame the countries that make up the UN. Because it's up to the countries that make up the UN to say what the forces are going to do, and if there's a UN force and they're not doing what they're supposed to or something, it's up to the countries that run the UN to do something about it. Yeah, as Bernie says, they don't have the power to do it. Just to be clear, I don't think it's the case that they're sitting there, that the UN force is a much powerful force than Hezbollah, and they're just sitting there on their weapons when they're supposed to be firing at Hezbollah. I don't think that's the picture at all. But it's an interesting question about, what could the UN have done differently and the UN force have done differently? And I'm not an expert on that over the past, since 2006, to keep Hezbollah out of the southern Lebanon. But remember, the Lebanese army and the Lebanese government doesn't have control over Hezbollah. They are a powerful force that acts, as far as I'm aware, fairly independently. Once in a while, we're hearing that stuff. couple things. Ed thinks Iran effectively invaded Lebanon via Hezbollah. Thank you to Not Available, our new member. Thank you to Jason Carlton for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trillion says Israel, Lebanon, and Iran are all UN members. Right now, UN is just diplomats talking. Nothing will change. Michael Donahue says, if Hezbollah doesn't attack the UN forces, what can they really do? Sunset Dreamer says, how are peacekeepers a deterrent if they can't do anything except defend themselves? I mean, I think part of what they're supposed to do is like keep eyes on the southern border and report if they see activity, by Israel or Hezbollah of going into that buffer zone, which Hezbollah has done. But also I think maybe putting the troops there is like, it's like a statement. It's like a way of saying like, we'll back this up. It's not, the expectation is not that the troops are going to launch some war on Hezbollah. It's basically like a deterrent. You put them there. I think part of the reason why they're there, my guess would be, as a way of a sign that the international community is going to be serious about this. And if either Israel or Hezbollah after 2006 tries to go into that area, we'll do something about it. But they need to get backed up. Again, my understanding is that the purpose of the UN force was never just to militarily attack Israel or Hezbollah if they set foot in southern Lebanon. So if they're there more as like, as like a message sender, as a sign of international commitment, then they need to get backed up. Ultimately, they're only, the deterrent effect is only works if there's really a backup for them. That would be my guess. I'm certainly no expert on UNIFIL, but that would be my guess. So I have a question for you guys. So We've been on the air several hours, almost 4 hours now, and I'm going to have to eat something. Now, it's Yom Kippur. Personally, I'm not expecting Israel to launch a big attack on Yom Kippur, although who knows. So normally, I might just say last night, well, maybe we wrap it up. I can keep the feeds up while I eat and keep the stream going, and you guys can chat. And then, if there's some big news, I can jump. Oh, there's a rocket alert. Let me mention the rocket alert, by the way. But so I can, if people want to watch it, I can keep the stream going. And then come back after I eat. But there's a rocket alert. Oh, there's, several rocket alerts in northern Israel. Look, right here. Several of them kind of like northwestern Israel. Northwestern Israel. I don't even have a camera near there, so I can't really show you anything from there. But that's going on, so I'll certainly this is from the SOFAR map. I'll certainly keep an eye on this and let you know what happens. Confrontation line, I believe, is just the border. I don't believe there is a live Pentagon briefing right now. I would be stunned if there was a Pentagon briefing at 8:50 p.m. on Friday night. All right, here's what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. Are you ready? By the way, thanks to Robinski T for your support. Robinski T. Yeah, maybe we've talked about UN Resolution 1701 before. Maybe later we'll kind of read it in detail. I think we've done that a little bit before, but it was a while ago. But I got to eat something now. Yeah, basically, a relevant part of 1701 from the United Nations is an area free of any armed personnel, assets, and weapons other than those of the Lebanese authorities and UN between the Blue Line and the Litani River, which is roughly 18 miles north of the border. Okay? So there's not supposed to be any armed personnel, assets, or weapons other than the Lebanese armed forces and the UN between the Blue Line and the Litani River. But that has not been the case because Hezbollah has had a presence there. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to take a little food break, I think. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll leave the stream going. if while I'm eating something big happens, I'll come back in here. Now, just a word of warning. A word of warning. After I eat, if I come back and things are kind of like they are now, I don't think the stream will go on that much longer. But if there's big doings, we'll keep going. So I will leave the stream up. I just don't want people to say like, oh, I waited for you to eat and then you came back and we didn't go on that much longer. I'm warning you that could happen. Okay? So don't blame me if that happens. I will be back, but I don't know how much longer after. It depends on what's going on. So hang out. I appreciate all of our moderators being there. Hang out. I'm going to eat some food, and I'll come back after, and we'll talk a little more. But I'll leave this up there while I'm eating, okay? So I appreciate you hanging out, and I'll be back in a little bit. And if there's something big happens, I'll come in while I'm eating, okay? So I'll see you in a few. Let me get the message up that I am eating, though. There we go. All right, I'll see you in a few. Oops, I got to take out my headphones first, though. So the broadcast might pause for 2 seconds while I take my headphones out. Thanks to Jim Aconius on Twitch. Thank you, Jim Aconius, and Insomniac 416, by the way, for your support on Twitch. All right, hang on, my earphones. I'm taking out my earphones. Give it a moment here. Give it one moment. Hang on. All right. I'm going to go eat, and I will come back after I eat. All right. I'm back, at least for a little bit. We'll go a little while longer. I didn't see much happening when I was eating. Uh-oh. You know what? Hang on. Hang on one moment. I need to do one quick, real quick. Give me 1 second. All right. Yeah, I heard a couple of booms while I was eating and stuff, but not aware of anything too big happening. So we'll go a little while longer here. Hey, thanks to Allie B from Tennessee for your support. I appreciate that. Let me just do a quick check here. It is 4:41 a.m. It is Yom Kippur, a very important Jewish holiday, a solemn day. Some people think that that Israel would not attack Iran on Yom Kippur. Who knows, though? There was an airstrike at 4:17. Hearing a helicopter, it sounds like. There was a fire on the main screen? I didn't see that. Can you give me an exact time code? Because I didn't see that. See that. If somebody can give me a time code, I'll check it. Oh, a fire? So not like an airstrike? Where was it? I'm looking at the replay. Faint left of center? I just looked at one time code somebody said, and it didn't, nothing happened. People are giving like 5 different time codes. I hear a rooster, by the way. I looked at 4:10:16. I don't see anything at 4. Where am I looking at 4:10:16? I don't see a thing. I don't see a thing. I see nothing. Loki says, I didn't see anything. Ruth says, no fire. Gamer Lover says, didn't see anything. A bunch of people are saying they didn't see anything. A bunch of our chat says they didn't see anything. Robert's May Queen says, I didn't see a fire. Kathy says, what fire? Oh, like sort of a glow? Maybe? I think I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. I don't even know. Yeah, it's like an orange glow kind of thing, I think. It's very subtle. I'll show you guys. It's really subtle. It's right, like, I can't even see. It's like right in here, right there. There's like an orange. This is from a half hour ago. There's like an orange line in there. I think that's what people are talking about right there. Right in here. Again, I don't know what that is, but right in there. You can go back to 4:16 and go look at it. You can go back to 4:16 and watch it if you want. You can rewind the broadcast. Meredith says that light has been there all night. This is interesting. I hadn't seen this before. The Institute for the Study of War, which is a site I really like, they post updates about different military conflicts around the world. You can find them at understandingwar.org. They posted yesterday, Israeli journalists reported on October 10th the IDF has taken control of some border areas in southeastern Lebanon. Israeli journalists recently visited the IDF 91st Division in an unspecified village of southeastern Lebanon. Israeli Army radio reported that Israeli forces took control of Lebanese villages in the area within a few days and are now operating within the villages to clear them of Hezbollah military infrastructure. Journalists posted photos of Israeli tanks, bulldozers, Humvees, and other machinery in southern Lebanese villages. Hezbollah fighters do not appear to be conducting significant resistance to Israeli forces in these villages, as the Israeli forces have consistently encountered weapons caches and infrastructure formerly used by Hezbollah fighters that left the area. Also, Institute for the Study of War says Lebanese Hezbollah has likely lost under 5% of its original fighting force. That sounds like a helicopter. Clearly stuff going on the border. We've heard booms and helicopters on the border. And gunfire, some gunfire tonight. But Institute for the Study of War says Lebanese Hezbollah has likely lost under 5% of its original fighting force. More helicopters. Institute for the Study of War says, while the IDF has significantly degraded Hezbollah leadership, Hezbollah still retains the bulk of its rank-and-file forces capable of conducting attacks into northern Israel and engaging Israeli forces in Lebanon. I'll post a link to the ISW article in the chat. That's from the Institute for the Study of War. They also have a map at that link I just posted. You can find this map of the border area from Institute for the Study of War, and it shows you the closed military zones, these black lines, the Israeli evacuation zone here, the places that have been warned that they have to leave and go north in Lebanon in yellow. In light blue, the is assessed Israeli advance. So again, you can get that at the Institute for the Study of War. I posted the link like a minute ago. That was a boom. That was a boom of some sort. Sounded like, oops. You know what? Was that messed up the whole time? I think that label was messed up while I was eating. Prep Life says, why no cams of the active fighting area? Prep Life, why do you think there are no cams of the active fighting area? Why do you think that? Can you come up with some reasons maybe why there wouldn't be? Even if somebody wanted to, I don't think the Israeli military wants that. XGVTO says someone has never heard of operational security. I don't think all night there has been, I mean, I know you guys saw that, some of you saw that fire or whatever, but there certainly haven't been like big airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut like they were for several nights. Yeah, if you missed it, we covered a lot of stuff earlier in the stream. Like, I'm not going to really talk more about like the UN Israel stuff because we talked about that a lot, you know. But if you missed it, you can go back and watch the first part of the stream and see us talk about that. There is a new article by AP about the peacekeepers. That's new. Look, UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon in crosshairs of Israel's war on Hezbollah. Look at this picture. UN peacekeepers hold their flag. I might have to get a bigger version of that picture. I like that picture. I'm going to show you that. This is a picture of UN peacekeepers as they observe Israeli excavators attempting to destroy tunnels built by Hezbollah near the southern Lebanese-Israeli border. Look, so we got UN observers looking at Israel trying to destroy Hezbollah tunnels near the Lebanon border. That's from Associated Press. Quite a picture. Gives you a sense of some of what it looks like in that border area. AP says as Israel escalates its campaign against Hezbollah in the south, the 10,000 strong peacekeeping force is increasingly in the crosshairs, highlighting the fragility of its personnel amid an expanding ground invasion by Israel. Hey, thank you, Bruce Kaiser. Bruce thinks maybe Israel has already hidden explosives in Iran. Who knows? Maybe they have. Thank you, Bruce Kaiser. I don't know if they've got anything prepared already from earlier. The attacks, by the way, so again, in case you're not familiar, Israeli airstrikes hit the headquarters of the UN peacekeeping force and other positions in southern Lebanon in recent days, drawing widespread condemnation from around the world. Ooh, that sounds like maybe artillery or something from the northern border. The UN force known as UNIFIL said new explosions hit its headquarters on Friday morning, injuring 2 peacekeepers a day after Israeli forces struck the same position, injuring 2 others. Those attacks are taking place in the backdrop of worsening relations between Israel and the UN over the way Israel has conducted its war in Gaza. In an unprecedented move, Israel earlier this month said the UN chief was persona non grata in Israel, signaling a new low in Israel-UN relations. What is UNIFIL? UNIFIL, the United Nations interim force in Lebanon, was created in 1978, says AP, to oversee the withdrawal of Israeli troops after Israel invaded and occupied South Lebanon. Israel invaded again in 1982, and it was not until 2000 it withdrew from the country. In the absence of an agreed-upon border, the UN drew up a boundary between Lebanon and Israel known as the Blue Line, which UNIFIL monitors and patrols. The UN expanded UNIFIL's original mission following the month-long 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah, allowing peacekeepers to deploy along the Israeli border to monitor the cessation of hostilities between the two sides and patrol a buffer zone set up along the border. That force currently has 10,000 peacekeepers stationed in southern Lebanon, drawn from around 50 countries. The troops patrol, monitor, and report violations of UN Security Council 1701, Resolution 1701, which ended the fighting in 2006. The force also provides support to local communities. So they patrol, monitor, and report violations. What happened in the last 2 days? AP says on Thursday, the UN force said an Israeli tank directly fired on its headquarters in the town of Naharia, knocking down an observation tower and injuring 2 Indonesian peacekeepers who were hospitalized. It said its headquarters and nearby positions have been repeatedly hit and that Israel deliberately fired on and disabled the headquarters monitoring cameras. It also said the Israeli army fired on a nearby bunker where peacekeepers were sheltering. Today, UNIFIL said new explosions hit its headquarters, injuring 2 more peacekeepers. Although it did not directly blame Israel, it also said an Israeli army bulldozer hit the perimeter of another of its positions in southern Lebanon while Israeli tanks moved nearby. The attacks drew global condemnation. Italy, which has about 1,000 soldiers in southern Lebanon, and France summoned the Israeli ambassadors in protests. Italy's defense minister said the attacks were a possible war crime. Human Rights Watch, in a statement, used similar language. Tensions between Israel and the UN have been mounting for days. Earlier this month, Israel asked the UN to move its personnel further north, which the peacekeeping force refused to do. The Italy defense minister said yesterday, "We will not accept the justification that Israeli military forces had previously alerted UNIFIL that some of its bases had to be abandoned." He called the attacks not an accident but a mistake. What has Israel said about this? AP says the Israeli army has expressed deep concern over yesterday's incident and says it is conducting a thorough review at the highest levels of command to determine the details. Today, it said its soldiers were responding with fire to an immediate threat against them, adding that the army had instructed UN personnel to enter into protected spaces and remain there hours before the incident. It also accused Hezbollah of deliberately operating near UN posts, thereby endangering their personnel. There have been several incidents during the current war where the UNIFIL said Israel had shot at patrol vehicles or shelled their positions, as we hear another helicopter on the border. The UN peacekeeping force has a troubled history with Israel. In 1996, during a 17-day Israeli offensive against Hezbollah, Israel shelled a UN compound near the village of Kana, where hundreds of displaced civilians were sheltering. The attack killed 106 civilians, including at least 37 children. 4 Fijian soldiers assigned to UNIFIL were seriously injured. How does this affect the UN peacekeeping mission? The Israeli military is asking that the UN peacekeeping force move 5 kilometers, 3 miles north to avoid being caught in the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. This effectively would impede the peacekeeping force from doing its mission. The UN peacekeeping chief said Thursday that the UN force would not evacuate its personnel, but because of air and ground attacks, they cannot conduct patrols. He said UNIFIL operations have virtually come to a halt since late September when Israel expanded its campaign against Hezbollah in the south. He says peacekeepers have been confined to their bases with significant periods of time in shelter, adding that the security environment has also presented challenges for the resupply of food, fuel, and water for UN positions. Also, he said 300 peacekeepers in frontline positions had been temporarily moved to larger bases. The Italian minister said a final decision on whether to stop the UN mission in southern Lebanon for security reasons is up to the UN. So that is something that bears watching. That article was by Associated Press. UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon in crosshairs of Israel's war on Hezbollah. So what is going to happen there? Plot Monkey says, what purpose is there in attacking peacekeepers? I don't know. It seems Israel definitely doesn't want them there. It's told them that. Why? One reason would just be that they don't want them to get hurt in the warfare. But maybe Israel wants some sort of operational secrecy or something like that. I'm not sure. Clearly Israel thinks that Hezbollah uses UN as a shield and operates near UN facilities. So maybe Israel would just like to know. Maybe Israel wants to know, if we see anything and it's not us, we know it's Hezbollah because it's not the UN, so maybe they just think it'll make them a lot easier for them to be able to operate there. I don't know. Ann Bowman says, I think Israel is frustrated with the UN. Lisa Sutz thinks Israel thinks they are Hezbollah spies. Shep says, what happens if they kill peacekeepers? Well, peacekeepers could get killed. I mean, I would assume it would be an accident, but it could happen. They're like in this war zone now. Hey, Dubby Rago, that's really nice of you. Thanks for the gift memberships. Dubby Rago, thank you. Also, shout out to our moderators, such as Beth Mythical, Roberts Mayqueen, I got that fire, Sarah Surly Dev, thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Beth Shepard, Margaret Riley, thank you. Athena Gunlock, Linda Belk and Larry as well on X. Donna Smith thinks they should withdraw. They aren't serving a purpose there. We'll go a little while longer right now. We'll go a little bit longer. If I don't have a lot more news soon, if a lot to, more news to bring you soon, we'll probably wrap up the stream pretty soon. Just a heads up. I mean, we'll definitely be covering the situation more, obviously. Hey, Lord Cog just gave 20 people memberships. That is really generous of Lord Cog. Thank you, Lord Cog. So nice of you. Make sure you thank Lord Cog and W. Rago if they gave you a membership. It's very nice of them. Thank you so much. One Eye says the last time Israel invaded Lebanon, it lasted 18 years. After seeing what happened to Gaza, I doubt it will last much longer. Even Europe is bailing on Israel, says One Eye. Country says, does Israel have men and women in the UN forces? I'm assuming they don't, because I haven't heard that reported. You mean in UNIFIL? I'm assuming Israel doesn't have forces in UNIFIL. I mean, that would make sense that they did. UNIFIL was supposed to be on the border. It's supposed to, UNIFIL is a peacekeeping force keeping the peace between Israel and Hezbollah. So it would make sense that you don't have Israeli and Hezbollah members and Israelis in the force. Thanks for your kind words, Mrs. G. Ariel thinks the member states of the UN deliberately ignored Hezbollah's violations. Freddie says Freddie's grandfather, who served in Germany during the 70s, told him the UN doesn't do anything but provoke wars and doesn't do anything to stop conflicts from happening. I'm not a UN history expert. I got to read up. I was saying that earlier. I got to read up more on the history of the UN. But again, the UN is just the member countries. So like the UN Security Council, it's not like this separate country, the UN. If you watch the UN Security Council, it's just the 15 members from different countries and they vote. So it's the UN it can only do what the members decide to do. So I just want to be clear on this for people, because I think it can be confusing. You can think there's this other organization, the UN, and they're independent somehow. No, it's just it's just a shared, it's a group that consists of its members, and they do things by the vote of the members. It's not like the UN has this huge standing armed force, powerful armed force. It's an organization which allows countries to take collective action if they decide to, if they agree on it. I need to read up more about it, though, the history of it. I do not have an encyclopedic knowledge of all the various UN initiatives over the years. I agree, Alaskan Wampa. It is interesting. I have a feeling, though, we'll be reporting more on the Israel-UN tensions. It's also an interesting article from AP. Activists risk their lives to rescue animals in areas of Lebanon hit by Israeli airstrikes. They say in the article, hours after an Israeli strike destroyed a 3-story building in Beirut, killing at least 10 people, Maggie Sharawi received a telephone call from a person living nearby saying the attack had killed a cat that had several kittens. While civil defense members were combing through the rubble for human victims or survivors, Sharawi and other members of Animals Lebanon, an animals protection organization, also rushed to the scene. They began climbing through rubble, twisted metal, and collapsed walls to reach the kittens. The animals were pulled out, put in a plastic carrier, and taken away. As rescuers continued searching for other cats whose cries could be heard emerging from under the debris. That's not good. Sharawi said over the past 3 weeks they have managed to rescue 190 animals from strike sites in Beirut and its southern suburbs. After Israel intensified its attacks on parts of Lebanon on September 23rd, leading to the displacement of hundreds of thousands, many people left their pets behind in South Lebanon or Beirut's southern suburbs. Maybe they just couldn't take them. Wow. Here is a volunteer, that picture of a volunteer with Animals Lebanon, carrying a cage with kittens after rescuing them from the debris of destroyed buildings at the site of Thursday's Israeli airstrike. That's the airstrike from yesterday. So this person is carrying kittens rescued from there. Wow. Here is that person looking through debris at the site that was bombed yesterday. Searching for animals. There's probably a lot of animals that have been abandoned. You know, like when those airstrikes happened in southern Lebanon, started happening a few weeks ago, and so many people left. I think about a fifth of the country, 25% of the country is displaced. I bet it happened in Gaza too. I think most of Gaza has been displaced. Now, Laurens brings up that maybe in certain areas that they don't keep pets, but certainly from that story in Lebanon, plenty of people have pets. Alaskan Wampa says that's very tough, a very sad reality of war. Hey, thanks Megatron for the gift membership. I appreciate that, Megatron. Thank you. So guys, I think it might be a good time now. You know, look, there's going to be more developments in the Middle East. We're going to have more coverage of it for you, in addition to any other big news that happens. But right now, I'm not seeing a lot new to tell you right now. So I think it might be a good time to wrap up this stream. If there's big news in a half an hour, I'll come back on and do another stream. You never know when things are going to happen there. There could be big news in 5 minutes. I don't know. So, but I think this might be the time to do it and see what happens. But I'm sure we'll be covering this again very soon. I really appreciate you guys being here for the broadcast and chatting and messaging me and sending me updates and letting me read your comments on the air. I will certainly keep an eye on things. Again, if there's big news, I'll just come on the air. Hey, subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news. I'm guessing there'll be other breaking news soon too on other things. So subscribe and follow and turn on the notifications. we have a notification system to let you know when we go live, because I don't know, there could be breaking news at any moment, and then I just go live. So if you want to get the notifications, we have our own system, which works really well, really reliable. It's free, done through Discord. Sign up for the free notifications. The mods will post the link to that in the chat. You can find the link also in our video description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. And I will post updates on my X account. If there's updates going on that don't warrant a stream, I will post them. I'm always posting news on my X account. @Lookner on X. Follow me there for breaking news updates. And shout out to our moderators too. Really, really appreciate all of them. They're always here. They are the ones keeping the chat respectful and civil and under control, and really allow us to have chat rooms, period. So big thanks to them over there on Twitch. I Got That Fire, Sarah, Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch mods. Kay, Lowry, Bonnie, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Beth Stannard, Athena Gunlock, all of our Facebook mods who've been there tonight. Thank you so much. Beth Shepard, sorry. Getting my names mixed up. Thank you. Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube, all of our other YouTube moderators, Roberts May Queen, Cynthia Moon, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X, huge thanks to our mods. And thanks to everybody who donated. That is so nice of you guys. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist with your support. Allow me to buy footage and stuff. So huge thanks for your support. Thank you so much. I think I thanked everybody. I think I got everybody. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks for your support and letting the channel exist. I greatly appreciate it. And hey, we also have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Check out the Discord chat. It's free. It's the same link as the notifications. And it's a free chat, and you can check it out on Discord. A lot of our viewers like doing it. Thanks to our Discord mods, by the way. Appreciate it. Also, you might want to follow Agenda Free TV on X. I post programming updates there, updates about the channel, at Agenda Free TV on X. I'll post the link in the chat. Also, if you are a YouTube viewer and you subscribe to the channel, make sure you turn the notifications on YouTube. So on YouTube, to get the YouTube notifications, if you subscribe, you need to click that bell, the notifications bell, and choose all notifications. So if you subscribe on YouTube, make sure you turn the notifications on. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers for your support of the channel, like Marie Goodson Hamilton and Diane Allworth, Beth Shepard, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Robert Rial II, all of our Facebook subscribers. Thanks so much for supporting the channel, Facebook subscribers. Our Twitch subscribers, shout out to you, Wall Street and Shaggy, Insomniac 416, Pasta Shooter, Jeffraim, Hamburger 40, Barn Isle 42 Meh, Jack's Animals, Fwiki Beats, I Rule All, I Got That Fire, Lag Hills, Al Yatsion, Mahjong Lady, Ace High, C50 Pack, Tatermong, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Night Owl, Devil Doc, Fwiki Beats, and our YouTube members too, all of our other Twitch members, all of our other Twitch subscribers, and our YouTube members like Dread Train, Evelyn and Maine, Lil Graham, Raina Hood, Dear Marie, Mr. Kitty, Jagged Glass, Except 70, E Oddity, Mike Villalobos 23, Degentrified, That Guy from Nothing, Jaybird, Michelle M, Raven Lee, Amanda Dimmick, Otis Fats, Tiffany Rose, Just Me, Watuki Arizona Doctor, Delta Dragon, Chris Entz, CAC 813, Doug Cahill, Glizzy, John Attard, Bruce Kaiser, Wendy Lance, as we hear a helicopter fly overhead, Lisa Sutz, Tay Lynn, Jane Jones, Nature Based, Sherry S, Evelyn in Maine, Donna Smith, Berry, Pink Volo, thanks for being members, Alaskan Wampa, Ian Finley, Kay Mino, Berry, Mama Dukes, Beep Beep, Nobody, Hyper, L3CT, and all of our other YouTube members, Connie Fernandez. That sounded maybe like another artillery round, possibly. Thanks, Michelle, for following on X. Thanks, Darian Gales, for watching. Sam Bino. Steph, sorry, I missed the name. Steph DeGiorgio. Sunshine in Arizona. 60 FPS. Rex. D. Schmidt. Artist Caverlin, thanks for watching. Sarah Smile. All of our viewers. So, again, I'm sure we'll be covering this more. If I see stuff going on in 15 minutes that's huge, I'll just do another live stream. And we are waiting for Israel to respond to Iran and see what happens when that happens. So, whether it's this story or other stories, when there's big news, I will be back doing another stream. Thank you, Ryan Smith, as well, and wonderful, wonderful. We come on at different times, just depends. Just depends. Depends on the news. The girl Landon, thanks for watching too. All right, guys, that is it. So I appreciate you watching. We will have more coverage of the situation in the Middle East for you and other breaking news. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.